Trish Bodie,
Here.
Aaron Johnson,
Here.
Grace Barber Jordan,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez Delacia,
Here.
Alexis Grimes,
Here.
Jim McKay,
Here.
Pamela Wagner.
Here. I now call to order the May 14th, 2020 Agenda Review Meeting of the Leander Independent School District Board of Trustees. A quorum of the member being present, we will now begin. We are meeting this evening with the authority of the Governor's Office via video conference to advance the public health goal of limiting face-to-face meetings to slow the spread of the coronavirus COVID-19. I would like to thank the Governor for enabling the district to continue critical functions during this time frame. With our ability to do video conferencing meetings, the landscape may look different, but the goal is still the same as we come together, working on items critical for the district to deliver instruction and resources for our students in the district. I would also like to thank our administration and technology staff for making the technology possible for the board to be able to meet in this manner. This meeting is being live streamed on the Leander ISD website and recorded. The recording will be made available to the public. Additionally, members of the public who seek to exercise their right under state law to address the board on an item on the agenda for tonight's meeting have the ability to do so. That was in the manner listed on the notice for this meeting. Please note that this is an agenda review meeting. The primary purpose of the meeting is to review all the listed agenda items in preparation for the regular board meeting on Thursday, May 21st, 2020. The only action expected at this meeting is on noted items under actions pursuant to closed session. That's in the actions pursuant to closed session section of the agenda. Therefore, we'll move on to the agenda if you're okay. The opening ceremonies and the following agenda item recognitions will not be held at this meeting. Those will take place at our May 21st meeting, which means we will now move on to our citizen comments. I understand we have 14 individuals signed up to speak to us this evening. At this time, we will proceed to our citizen comments on our agenda. Oh wait, make sure I'm doing this right. Yep. Where members of the community address the board. So Laura Lynn or Mark, who's introducing our first speaker?
I'll be introducing her. Our first speaker is Kara Owen.
Okay. And then Laura Lynn, if you would.
Yes, ma'am. I want to make sure Kara is in the meeting. Hi, Kara. Thank you for joining us. You will have 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees, and you will hear a chime when your 3 minutes are up. We ask that you please be courteous and conclude your comments after the chime.
Okay.
Thanks, Kara.
This past year, I've had the privilege of serving on DWIC, and as such, I've had the opportunity to learn a lot about the guiding documents in the Leander way. I think one of my favorite parts of that falls under the focus of student learning, which is higher order thinking and research-based strategies. And I think it's an incredible learning model for our kids. When I'm looking at the bell schedule proposal, I have to ask myself, have we employed these strategies that we're expecting from our kids? And are we exemplifying them in this plan? And sadly, I think the answer is no. We have a problem, and it's that the IB programs need more minutes and that the elementary schools need additional transition time. So, but is the solution to just add more minutes without first evaluating the current structure of the day for the elementary and reorganizing that to fit the needs that we have? Is this higher order thinking to just add the minutes without first looking at what we have and making it work there? My family lives just under 3 miles from the school my kids attend, so we have bus services. And we're lucky that with those bus services, we don't have any traffic issues. Currently, the bus picks up my kids at 6:35 a.m. and they usually drop them off about 3:25. By adding 5 minutes in the morning and 10 minutes in the afternoon, this means that my 5 and 8-year-olds will be gone from my house from 6:30 a.m. to 3:35 p.m. This means that they have 9 hours with 1 30-minute recess in that time. And the bus doesn't count as free time because when they're on the bus, They have to sit quietly. They're not allowed to be noisy or to be talking around or turning in their seats. They're starving because they have lunch at 10:30, but they're not allowed to eat. They only one 30-minute break in 9 hours is not okay. And we know that this is not research-based strategies. I've sent y'all the research. I've talked to you all about the research about this. And one 30-minute recess in that long of a day does not optimize their learning. It doesn't give them the breaks for their brains that they need to learn better and more efficiently. It doesn't give them the time that they need to move their bodies so that they can sit still and focus when they need to. Adding 15 minutes to the day for transitions isn't okay. We need to do better by our kids and follow the research and the example of many of the Dallas-Fort Worth districts. We need to remember that we're talking about 5-year-olds and soon to be 4-year-olds and 8-year-olds. These kids don't have the attention span for that. Okay, I'm done. And also, just as a quick note, Annie Schumann, who I know is trying to get in via call and this, her links are not working, just so you know. Thank you.
Thank you so much for letting us know. We'll make sure we have the IT team look at our links to make sure that y'all can continue to call in when it's right and y'all can get in and talk to us. Thank you very much for your remarks. All right.
Okay, our next speaker is Brian Compto.
Hi, Brian.
Hi, Brian. Thank you for joining us. You will have 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees, and you will hear a chime when your 3 minutes are up. We please ask that you be courteous and conclude your comments after the chime.
Okay, can I share my screen as part of this? Is that okay? Because I can't hand you a document, you know?
Yeah. If you want to go ahead and send in the document, don't start this time yet. Send in the document to the governance team. We can look at it from there. But I don't think if you try to show it on this side screen, it's going to be where we can all see it. I don't think it'll be set up the right way for you. So I don't think it'll do what you want it to do. Because you're in a very little bitty square right now.
Oh, I'm in a tiny square. Okay. Well, I'll try if that's okay. And then if you don't like it, you know, you can tell me to stop, you know. So I'll stick to the pictures about that. So thank you for your time today. Pretty much what I wanted to address is that you're going over some of the hazardous routes. My neighbors and I have sent in a number of concerns about a particular one that you're going to ask for the children to now walk to school. And we haven't really heard a good response yet, or really any response from LISD. It's relating to Woodland Hills and parts of the UTGC and Steiner Ranch walking to CRMS. It's a very dangerous walk for 11 to 13-year-olds, I can tell you that. If you look at this route, we are, for example, 1.94 miles from school. So if we were a couple of houses down the street, we wouldn't have to walk.
Brian,
kind of
yes? Can you wait, for me, for future reference, because not everybody will have graphics and screen, and we might be setting a precedent here that's going to cause us problems later. I am sorry.
Okay.
Can I let you just pull the screen down and talk to us, and and you can send anything you want to us, though. That's fine. I mean,
if you don't like the precedent, I'm fine with that. But if you can give me 30 seconds back, I appreciate that too.
Okay.
Plus, I gotta get my.
You gotta figure that out. Yeah.
Okay. No, it's no stress. It's no stress. I'll just talk to it. It's no problem. Okay. So look, I mean, my neighbors and I were about 2 miles from the school, but the thing about it is, you know, we're not complaining like, oh, we're just under 2, we should get a bus. It's a little different. Not only do some kids in our immediate little cluster of homes get buses, the real issue is the the hazards along the walk for our children. We're talking about 6th to 8th graders here. So my 11-year-old will be taking this walk. And I can tell you, I don't even let her cross that dangerous intersection at Quinlan Park Road and University Club Drive. Don't even let her do it on her own. I don't even let her go to Cups and Cones over there. I wish we could. We have to do it with her or send the older brother and sister. And the reason is, you know, this is a very dangerous intersection, and it's a very dangerous stretch of Quinlan Park Road. The issue is that, you know, the speed along this area is very high. And the reason is because you have over 1 mile in each direction with 2 lanes of traffic. Coming from the north, there's nothing on either side. People are just kind of flooring it. Average speeds are 48 to maybe 58 miles an hour. Average is definitely over 50 miles an hour. If it was posted for 50, I think we'd be like automatically covered as hazardous. The practical reality of this is our kids would be walking 1.5 miles each day along a 50 with cars going greater than 50 miles per hour there. So it's very dangerous. And on top of that, the intersection itself that our children would pop out on is the most dangerous in Standard Ranch. And I'll send you the heat map from the folks at TxDOT. There's a lot of accidents there, and there's a lot of overturned cars. Just my wife and I have taken pictures and personally observed flipped cars twice in February, December. There's tons of accidents there already this year. And there's a lot of them that involve going off the road along this whole stretch our kids would be walking. In fact, over 60% of the accidents already this year, of which there's almost 30, are going off the road. And that means they're hitting something. People have been hit at that intersection. And part of the problem is there's actually visibility issues. So people taking left in both directions, they can't really see, the other cars. So they're 100% worried about other drivers, not hitting pedestrians, not worried about anything else. You put high speed, poor visibility, 6 lanes of crossing for the kids. You put it all together, it's a recipe for disaster. And in fact, when we contacted LASD when we were potentially being rezoned to Laura Bush a number of years ago, I asked about it. Hey, if we get rezoned, are we going to have to walk? And they said, no, that intersection's too dangerous. You won't have to walk. Here we are a few years later with new scoring criteria. Suddenly it's perfectly safe for our kids to walk. I find it doesn't make sense. And on top of that intersection, I'll also point out Country Trails, which is the other one down the way, also has a lot of these incidents for the same reason of the high speeds and so forth. On top of that, there's commercial crossings with gas stations and people making rights in, where our kids be walking, not able to check the way. And I can't even count how many total street crossings there are between my house and the school. It's so many. And I filled out that form for the hazard thing. I was like lighting everything up with something, and the points still didn't qualify my kid. So, I'm not sure that formula works too well. And that's pretty much what I had to say. I really think our area should be, continue to be bussed for those safety reasons.
Brian, thank you very much. And thank you for working with us as we're still navigating how we can do online citizen comments. I appreciate it. Please do forward on your information to the governance team so we can see your handouts as well. A lot of work went into them. I saw that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Take care.
Trish and Laura Lynn, I think we're having some technical difficulties. I got a message from a parent that says they're getting cut off as they're trying to watch the board meeting.
That's
Yes,
great.
ma'am. I just received the same message. I was going to have Mark look into it for us.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Julia Spence.
Okay. We don't see Julia yet.
Yes, ma'am. She's connecting to
Okay.
audio.
Tremendous. Here's Julia.
Okay. Ms. Spence, are you able to hear us and see us?
Now that I've unmuted myself, I can reply yes. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. You will have 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees, and you will hear a chime when your 3 minutes are up. And we ask that you please conclude your comments after the chime.
Oh gosh, okay, I wasn't aware that I was speaking, sorry.
And Julia, just so you know, your camera, we're not seeing you. I don't know if you wanted to turn your camera on or not, but that's your option.
I think we're good.
Okay, great.
Unless you prefer that was on, I can.
Nope, as long as you can see the timer, we're great.
Okay, wait. Let's unmute, and there you go. Wait, I can put my camera on if you like, if that's preferable.
It's whatever works for you. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Okay. So yeah, I think the concern obviously with the hazardous bus routes, I know, I'm sure many of the people on our street in Woodland Hills have expressed the same concerns that obviously both the University of Texas intersection and Quinlan, as well as obviously Country Trails, have had multiple accidents and car accidents in the past year at least. So there's definitely concern about safety and the speeds with which people drive down the roads. I think one of the other members has put together some information about the number of accidents and things at those respective intersections. So the distance itself is not really the concern. It's really more the hazardous intersections and the way people are driving in the neighborhood. So we did fill out the form, went through the point system, and according to that, by my calculations, I thought that we had gotten enough points, considering the fact that they go past retail, they go past businesses, there's a construction site along the way. I don't know if they're considering the University of Texas entrance business, but there's certainly lots of trucks that come through to the golf course, obviously, which is a commercial operating system, unless they kind of call themselves a residential country club, but we weren't able to find out exactly how they're listed. But yeah, just really a concern for all the children. And if the buses are coming so close to Woodland Hills, I know that they're not always at capacity. Kids are not always riding those every day. They might do it at the beginning of the school year. But there are buses that come very, very close to Eagles, Hunter's Glen and things like that. So one extra stop we don't feel would be too remiss to include possibly. I know obviously in the light of Corona, I feel bad almost even asking for that. I know that the school district has a lot of other concerns and there's definitely money that needs to go to other places, but if it's just an extra stop and we can find a way to accommodate those kids, if we're cutting it off purely because of a distance criteria, but if there is another way to get those kids onto the bus when there's spaces, then that would be a wonderful thing. That's really all I have to say.
Wonderful, Julia. You got that in under 3 minutes. Thank you so much for your comments.
We appreciate you taking the time to hear them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jane Leffler.
Hi, is it Mr. Leffler or Miss Leffler?
I don't see them on here yet.
There we are. I spoke with him earlier. I believe it was Mr. Leffler.
It is. Can you hear me?
There we go.
Yes, sir. So you will have 3 minutes this evening to address the Board of Trustees, and you will hear a chime when your 3 minutes are up, and we please ask that you conclude your comments after the chime.
Thank you. Members of the board and Mr. Graham, thank you very much for having me on today. I am representing multiple families in the Mesa North subdivision of Steiner Ranch. And we have found a discrepancy in the documents for the bus routes that is causing us some concern. In page 3 of the document you have for the agenda item today, it says we recommend discontinuing transportation service to and from Canyon Ridge Middle School for students living within Plateau, Mesa North, which is our subdivision, and Rocky Ridge subdivisions. And then it asks you to see map 32. If you look at map 32, Mesa North is not highlighted for discontinuation like the other subdivisions. And part of the reason for that is it is over 2 miles from Mesa North to Canyon Ridge Middle School. And on the Hazardous Routes webpage for Leander, it says the state provides funding for public schools to bus students to and from campuses that are 2 miles or more from their home. There's only 2 walking routes that kids from the Mesa North subdivision could take, both of which are over 2 miles from all homes within the Mesa North subdivision. In addition to that, I'd like to highlight the hazardous route that these kids would be walking. Both of the 2 previous citizens spoke to the hazardous routes of Quinlan Park and the two intersections, including Steiner Ranch Boulevard and Quinlan Park near the UT Golf Club. It's a very busy and very dangerous intersection in Steiner Ranch, and the majority of their walk would be along Quinlan Park Boulevard, where there may be sidewalks, but there are not guardrails for those cars. And so most of the accidents that we have seen on this road have gone into the sidewalks and destroyed trees or hit other areas. The other citizens have talked to that. I have sent in, along with the other members of this community, we have sent in a letter to the Let's Talk, and we will send the same letter to the governance team so you can see the graphics that we're pointing out here. But we believe that Mesa North should be continued for bus service, as well as the other Steiner Ranch neighborhoods that are over 2 miles that have for some reason been excluded in this process and recommended for discontinuation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jacob, very much.
Our next speaker is Diana Torres.
All right.
Hi,
Hi,
Ms.
Diana.
Torres. Hi, thank you for joining us this evening. You will have 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees, and you will hear a chime when your 3 minutes are up, and we ask that you please conclude your comments after the chime.
I'm not sure what my other neighbors spoke about, but we're just concerned about the kids having to, walk and just go across so many roads. And Quinlan, just the intersection between Quinlan and UT, has been really dangerous. We've seen so many accidents, and the cars go over the sidewalk, and it will be just really scary to send our kids walking there. I think everybody here will have to, take their kids, drive their kids to school, and that will cause even more traffic to the already busy, in and out of the school. That's my concern. There's many roads that you have to walk, and we did it already, and it's just it's dangerous. You see the cars flying by. They don't slow down. It's just they speed up those roads. Hope you can take that into consideration. Just think about the little kids, the 6th graders, 7th graders, and all these kids that can be in danger. Thank you.
Diana, thank you so much for your remarks.
Yes.
Our next speaker is Anna Smith.
Sorry, my computer was lagging. Okay.
Anna, thank you for joining us this evening. You'll have 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees, and you will hear a chime when your 3 minutes are up. And we ask that you please conclude your comments after the chime.
Sounds good. All right. My name is Anna Smith, and I'm here tonight as a parent to address the COPIA report that was released this week. In April 2019, I came before this board and asked for help in building a positive working relationship with our special education community in Leander ISD. Our main goal was to have our voice heard for our children and to show Leander ISD we are not the enemy. We are parents advocating for our children's future and welcome the opportunity to work together to build a better Leander ISD for all. I am excited to hear that Leander ISD will implement all 7 recommendations from the COPIA consulting firm. I see this as a positive step in the right direction for our students in Leander ISD, and I'm looking forward to working together to implement each of these recommendations. With that said, thank you, Board of Trustees, for listening to your community when we needed you the most. I do know change does not happen overnight, but I know and I'm confident under Kimberly Waltman's leadership, we're going to get there. So once again, thank you guys so much. And that's it.
Thank you, Anna. Terrace, are you ready for us?
Okay, our next speaker is Nora Goldfinger.
Wonderful.
Good evening, Ms. Goldfinger. Are you there?
I don't see her yet.
Ms. Goldfinger, are you able to hear us? Mrs. Bodie, would you like us to try another citizen's comment and bring Mrs. Goldfinger back in a moment?
Let's do that.
Okay, Terrace, do you mind?
Okay, there are no other citizens' comments, although we had them sign up. They're not available in the waiting room.
Okay, let's wait a minute before we close out citizen comments then. Miss Laurelyn Atterbury, what
Yes,
do you
ma'am.
suggest? Because if they signed up to speak, I want to make sure they have that opportunity.
Yes, ma'am. And I did send emails to all of the people who signed up, but were not in the waiting room, just so they would have the link again. After Ms. Owen mentioned that in her citizens' comments, I went ahead and sent 4 different emails to individuals who signed up.
Tremendous. Can you let us know if they come back in, and we might just put another citizen's comment in another part of our agenda? So
Yes,
to make
ma'am.
sure we hear them all.
We certainly will. Would you like us to try Mrs. Goldfinger again?
We can try her one more time, sure.
Mrs. Goldfinger, are you able to hear us? Apologies, we're not able to connect with her. We do have another citizen who has joined us in the waiting room, if you would like us to bring that citizen in.
Sure.
Terrace, do you mind?
Our next speaker, Sophia Bogren.
Right. I'd like to thank our IT staff for trying to get our citizen comments in here. I know this is a challenge for everyone involved, so I thank y'all for moving forward. There's Sophia. She did join us. Tremendous.
Hi, Sophia. You will have 3 minutes to address the Board of Trustees, and you will hear a chime when your 3 minutes are up. And we kindly ask that you conclude your comments at the chime.
Hello. Yes, I was waiting in the waiting room. I just want to say that I agree with the rest of my neighbors. I feel like my child in personal, speaking on his behalf, he suffers from a little bit of separation anxiety. And I know he would be very, very nervous to walk home. He had to do it once. And I know that their mental health is also an issue that we might want to take in consideration. And he has younger brothers, so sometimes I won't be able to give him that ride to school or from school home. So I just wanted to input my opinion on that and also say that I agree with the rest of my neighbors on being worried about their safety because the routes are very, very crowded in the mornings. That's all.
Thank you, Sophia.
Thank you.
Can you tell us what neighborhood? Oh, she's gone.
We'll ask Laura Lynn to follow up so we can make sure we're all on the same page.
I'm assuming it's Woodland Hills, but I would like to know.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be happy to find out.
Tremendous.
Perfect. And we still have Mrs. Goldfinger. Would we like to try a third time, or would you like us to?
If she's available and we think we can make it happen, let's.
She's in the waiting room, so maybe third time will be a charm for us.
There you go.
So we'll let her in, and then if not, I'll send her an email.
Okay. Let's try.
Ms. Goldfinger, are you able to hear us? All right, I apologize that we were not able to hear from her this evening. If she does come back in and we're able to connect with her, I'll let you know.
Please, and if there are any of our other citizen comments who are in the waiting room who joined back who didn't get to speak, if you can let us know.
Yes, ma'am. At the moment, no one else is in there. Thank you.
Figure out how to navigate as we go along. Very good. Thank you. All right, that concludes our citizen comments, and we'll move on to the next part of our agenda on communication and announcements. We'll start with Dr. Gehring, superintendent remarks.
Good evening, everybody, and it's great to see you all. Thank you for taking the time to be with us tonight. We really appreciate it. Just want to reference that COPIA report that was mentioned in citizens' comments. That report went out on Monday to the public, and we are working closely with our special education department and our teaching and learning team to make sure that we know exactly what's involved with implementing each of those recommendations that they made. So we really appreciate the special ed parents and COPIA who came together and took the time and the effort to really voice their concerns, some concerns, but also a lot of positive comments that came through that process. And so we're really happy that we have that report that we can start to make some positive impact and change for the individual students who are impacted through our special needs and special services department. So just wanted to give a shout out to those parents and to Kimberly Waltman and her team, and also Matt Bentz and his team. And we're going to be working together on implementing all of those changes as we go forward. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Dr. Gehring. Board members, any other comments or remarks? Okay. You all look fabulous, by the way. We'll move on to the next item on our agenda, the coronavirus COVID-19 epidemic update. Dr. Gehring, you'll be providing that or starting it off?
President, and I'm going to share my screen with you. All right, I just want to pause for a second and check that everybody can see that. It's hard to see all of you now. We good? Okay. Right, the purpose, of course, is just to update the board on where we are with our COVID epidemic and pandemic and the LISD response to that. If you'll recall, this started in spring break. It feels like a lifetime ago, but we had an emergency board meeting on the 19th of March, and during that board meeting, the board approved a resolution regarding delegation of authority during an emergency, and we just wanted to report an update on that and make sure that you understand that we have not used any of those powers besides the pay and the premium pay portions. And then premium pay did end on April 6th. And so right now we're just exercising the power that you gave us to continue to pay all of our employees while they're at full remote work in the district in accordance with what the wishes of the state and the school district, the board have been. I want to give you some situational awareness. I've got 3 tables here. The first one is back from March of 26th of 20 at that first board meeting. And you can see the numbers that we had. We then reported in April, and you can see the drastic jump in cases on a global scale, and also drilling down to Texas and to Travis County and then into Williamson County. And as of yesterday, most of these numbers are as of yesterday. You can see that we've had another radical jump in the number of cases and the number of deaths globally. But interestingly now, starting to see the number of recovered really starting to grow, which is, of course, a great sign as we go forward. I wanted to spend a little bit of time on this data. This data comes from Chris Tackett, and I'm going to zoom in on some of pieces of it and just talk about it as we go. So I know you can't see all of the detail here, but I wanted to spend a little bit of time just pointing out some observations. I'm not making any judgments on any of these. These are factual numbers, and I'm just pointing out some observations of these numbers as we go. So if we look at that table on the left, what we see is that the United States has 5.8 times as many cases as our nearest country, which is Spain, and I found that interesting. When we go to the death side of the table, we see that we have 2.5 times the number of deaths of any other country in the world, with 50,000 more deaths than the United Kingdom. If we look at the number of, the top table is the number of cases per day. And if we look at this, we see that we're really steadily just continuing with the same number of cases per day. So you can see in the very first part on the left part of that chart that we ramped up pretty quickly near the end of March and into the beginning of April to this number of about 75,000 global cases a day. And that number is not changed very much over time. When we look at deaths, we see a pretty similar pattern at about 5,000 deaths a day, although you can see that it does look like it's starting to tail off on the right side of the chart. What's interesting to me, and this is just an observation, but when you look at the data, it really appears that it's cyclical on about a 7-day cycle, which is interesting, that it's bumping up and down on about a 7-day cycle. And the death does almost the same thing. And I'm not trying to make a guess about why that is. I'm just pointing that out, that as a mathematician, I found that interesting. Of course, what that means is that the total cases continues to grow. And you can see that in that red line at the top. The blue line, of course, is the 14-day case average. And you can see that that aligns with the graph we just looked at, which is we had this increase in the data, and then it's flattened off to be about the same number of cases that we're seeing daily, but we're not seeing that line fall off yet. And that means that we haven't peaked yet in total cases. And remember, when you refer that back to the fact that the United States has 5.8 times the number of cases of anybody else, that tells you something about what's happening in the United States. And the deaths is the same way. This blue line you can see is starting to fall off as we get closer to May 12th. which is great news for us. And we hope to continue to see that start to happen in this cases scenario as well. So to give you an idea of where we are, we of course have suspended normal operations for the remainder of the year per Governor Abbott's order. Our last day of school will be on our regular calendar, May 29th, and then we'll move into summer activities, even though those will be remote to start in June. We still have all of our facilities closed except for the retrieval of certain personal belongings, and that's been very closely monitored by John Graham and his team, and we're going through several protocols to make sure that that happens safely. And then our custodial team is doing a fantastic job of coming in and making sure that buildings remain deep cleaned and ready for opening again when we get to that point of time. We still have our playscapes closed, but we have opened middle school tracks and tennis courts to try to allow people to have access to those facilities and get some outside exercise as they continue through this challenging time. We have set graduation July 9th through 11th at the HEB Center in Cedar Park. Professional development will continue to be virtual all through June. And then we will start to make some announcements about what will happen in July and August. We hope by June 19th. And that day we will not be making announcements about final decisions, but rather laying out the options that we see are then viable for what happens in July and August. Of course, August is the start of school. We're going to talk about that more in a little bit. But July will dictate what we feel like we need to do depending on what decision gets made about how we will start school in August. So we'll make some announcements June 19th about what the various options will be. And we hope then to come back somewhere in July the 9th, somewhere in that first part of July, and make some final decisions about what scenario we'll actually be coming back under and what that looks like then for when do adults come back to their buildings and how do we manage doing that safely for everybody involved. I'm going to turn it over to Corey Ryan. He's been leading our communications charge, and he's going to give you the next couple of slides.
Thank you, Dr. Gearing, board members. I am very proud of the work and efforts of our communications team during this effort. We wanted to accomplish a couple of things. We continue to do that. First, we wanted to keep our responses personal, being able to connect people on an individual level when they had questions or concerns. So setting up our remote call center, getting our receptionists trained at all of our campuses, and being able to continue that line of communication was really critical to us because we know that everyone is seeking areas of normalcy. Our goal is also to be informative with our now weekly updates. We will be distributing update 26 tomorrow and utilizing our website and doing that well. We also wanted to be engaging. We've been doing our live episodes with Bruce and making sure we strike an appropriate tone and being fun and informative as we know that our families are dealing with lots of different stresses on our students and teachers as well. And then also we've been engaging our media in various and different ways and have seen a spike in our media requests and media engagement. I'm also excited to report on the LEAF Emergency Fund. They have supported 9 families through this fund with housing assistance, 5 families with household items, which could include gas purchases with the HEB gift cards, and 17 families have received services through this fund through utility assistance. We've also been able to support pre-K registration remotely. So the next 4 items I just wanted to briefly hit on is just our ability to support things virtually in a way that these were items that were slated to be supported and launched during the spring, and being able to pick those up and do those remotely thanks to the amazing communications team that we have. Pre-K registration, working with our registrars to implement a remote process for calls to come in so we can support our Spanish-speaking families as well as our English-speaking families, and do so in a phone method, which is both socially distant and also not requiring of high technology. Our State of the District will be moved to virtual. We'll be streaming it on Facebook and YouTube with the continued partnership of our Chambers of Commerce and LEAF. That'll be June 10th. The only change we made is we're going to do a 9 a.m. Event versus a lunchtime event at the advice of our partners with the Chamber of Commerce as that being a better time for our business community. And then we're moving our retiree recognitions. This will be moved to a door-to-door delivery. We'll be looking to do that in early June to continue to provide retirees the meal that we've provided the last 2 years, although not together and in person, but still being able to celebrate them with a meal, awards, and recognition. And then we've also been working with our schools to distribute our service awards, even though we're doing so remotely.
Thank you, Corey. I wanted to pause there for a minute and just see if there were any thoughts or questions from board members.
I'm thinking you're going to head in a bit to about questions we talked about earlier about kind of school and operational. So I didn't
Yes,
want
yeah,
to
we have a lot
preempt.
more to come. I'm just want to make sure that we pause every now and then to get feedback if necessary. John Graham is with us and is going to give us a quick food service update.
Yes, we continue to feed students at our 4 feeding sites, Baghdad, Reed, River Place, and Running Brashy. We have added 6 additional staff to assist at those sites. And you can see there how many days that we have fed and how many meals that we have served. We are seeing a slight decrease in the students that are coming for food, and we attribute that to the opening up of restaurants and families going back to work and our grocery stores being more stocked. We have added 30 additional children that we are feeding at the YMCA, and so we have gone from 30 to 60 at the YMCA. Our CNS staff continues to do an amazing job taking care of our families, and Steve Smith and his group are amazing in what they do, and you can see that. Kristen Wickets, it was fun to see.
For the CNS lunches, are we serving hot meals daily? Are we doing one meal now still? Are we doing like a week, or what does that look like?
So we continue to serve one hot meal. So the lunch is hot, and then the students take a second meal, which is their breakfast for the next day. And that could be an item that could be heated, or it could be served cold like cereal. It varies from day to day, but the lunch is still a hot meal. So one of the things that Dr. Gearing and I got to participate in last week was a Nurse Appreciation Day. And of course, that was led by Kristen and Darla, and it was great to see our nurses coming by and showing our appreciation for their hard work. We continue to have nurses at the Twin Creeks YMCA doing wellness checks. One of the things that we have recently added for the last 2 weeks, and I know we've had some news stories about this, is our nurses helping Williamson County through the Medical Reserve Corps. They may be performing tasks in the future of tracing and helping in call centers, but we were one of the first to step up and assist Williamson County in that. Still doing screening at our feeding sites, and something Kristen wanted me to mention today is we be returning medication. We have been doing that on an ongoing basis, but the medication will be returned in mass over the next 2 weeks, the same day students can pick up their items from school. They just need to look at the days that they're sent out for items to be picked up, and we will be distributing medicine at that time also. And of course, they're doing all kinds of tasks on a daily basis, but like our CNS staff, they are doing amazing work during this time.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. A quick update from Steve Clark on our wellness and counseling services, which we feel like are critically important to our families, and that's why I've put it fairly early in the report here. We have the Basic Needs Assistance Grant that's still available through LEAF and the Hill Country Community Ministries, and we're asking folks to please contact their campus counselors if they need additional information or help with any of that. We have social, emotional, and mindfulness lessons added to the Parent Hub each week. Each lesson begins with a short video, and then our counselors are still available. in both English and Spanish. Counselors continue to be available as a resource for our students and our parents. They have responded to several student needs. We ask folks to please reach out through email to the counselor, and there's contact form on the counselor websites if they need any assistance. And we are urging people to really reach out and let us know if you need help or assistance. We really want to help you, but we cannot help you if we don't know what the issues are. So don't hesitate, please, to reach out to us and let us know what you need.
Dr.
All right, Dr. Bent, go ahead.
Can I jump in real quick? I want, before we get too far down, if you can go back one more page back. Kristen Wickets and the nurses did an amazing job getting set up at Williamson County. Williamson County is so grateful for that. But let's not forget to recognize those that really played a huge part in making that happen. That was you and John Graham. What folks in the community may not know is there were paperworks and you know the bureaucracy of intergovernmental workings that you and John Graham spent pretty much an entire weekend getting done so that those nurses could be ready to go on Monday morning. So credit where credit is due. Great job by the nurses, very much appreciated, but equally thankful for you and John Graham stepping up to help get that done. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much, Jim. The credit is not due in my court, however. That credit all goes to John Graham and Darla Humes, our emergency management coordinator, and of course, Kristen Wickets have done a fantastic job in making all of that feel very smooth and very easy. Dr. Vance is here to give us an update on our instructional plan.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. So first of all, just an update on the survey. We did finally close it, and we had over 11,000 people complete the survey. We are crunching the numbers, and that is going to be some really helpful data for us to share with you, the board, and also in using as we plan the next steps of instruction. Curriculum documents, I'm just shout out to the teaching and learning team. The curriculum documents for the remainder of the year, we made a big push, and they've been developed and pushed out to teachers for the remainder of the year as of May 12th, so that we could focus on developing the plan for next year, including, first of all, planning to address student learning gaps and augmenting the curriculum and making some revisions to curriculum maps there. Exploring our remote or online options for families that may need or desire it, and we'll hear a little bit more about that in a second. And then digging into some digital learning platforms and working with finance to set up some platforms that will establish student learning hubs and that work through our single logon, the Launchpad, so that will really assist our families with consistency of delivery of instruction, especially with families with multiple students. And then just really working on specializing the professional learning to gear up and prepare our staff for whatever scenario that we are weaving in and out of as the school year starts.
I just wanted to jump in there, Matt, if I could, and just point out that also our data team, led by Sarah Martinez, is also doing some fairly exciting work on gathering some student artifacts about their experience in COVID-19. So that's going to be something that she's working on as an end of the year activity for our kids. We're also asking our teachers to do the same thing. We really think we have a unique opportunity to capture some of what's actually happened in the last several months through different artifacts. And so we're going to be giving students and teachers the opportunity to present those in different formats depending on how they choose to express, you know, what this experience has been like for them. So we're really excited about the possibility of seeing some of that data come back in a slightly different way as well.
Thank you for mentioning Sarah Martinez. As a matter of fact, she is working with me and while actually doing a ton of the work on the survey data and is preparing an amazing report that we'll be able to share with you, and that really does look at it from multiple angles. Right now, she is in the process of finishing up on sifting through over 20,000 open responses that were a part of the survey as well, so that we can provide you some key insights along with some of the data. Okay, right here. So you have seen this information already, Board of Trustees, but these are the secondary passing rates at our high school and middle schools as of April 24th. And you can see that as a whole, as if you look district-wide, passing rates are, the kids are doing very well during this remote learning process. And there are some schools and individuals, actually students within each school, that are receiving specialized and individualized attention to ensure that they are mastering the material that is needed and are able to take advantage of every opportunity to earn their credit, and so that we can progress and move into the next year without a penalty during the closure.
And again, I'm going to jump in one more time. It may look from these numbers like Leander High School is not performing as well as other schools, but that couldn't be further from the truth. It's just really an interpretation of what we mean by incomplete. And so I think they took a higher standard, and their teachers have been really hammering home on their kids to make sure that they get those standards mastered and those kids ready for the next adventure, whatever is coming next year, whether that's a new grade level or perhaps even college career or the military or something like that. And so, sometimes the numbers are a little misleading, but when we dug into that a little bit, the numbers are good for exactly that reason. They cause us to ask questions and to search further for what's actually going on behind the numbers. And when we did, then we discovered that those teachers have been really, up in the ante for their kids and making sure that they really master those standards. So we have to be a little careful sometimes when we look at just the number.
So Bruce, if TEA gives us the option to lengthen the school year next year, you would be against it based on what you're saying?
I'm going to address that in a lot more detail in a second. I actually have some of the TEA slides from their presentation that I'm going to go into detail with the board in a second. So if you'll hold that thought, we'll come to that in a second.
And just a follow-up, these are telling us passing. Have we figured out yet of kind of, if we're going to dive in further to see like what mastery actually looked like in various grades and student populations, or what kind of, other than passing rates, is there any other material you're thinking kind of to help us understand better the learning that happened in this time frame?
Sure, absolutely. One of the things, and it's an awful lot of data, 20,000 open responses kind of looks small compared to this data, but our elementary teams, Sarah Grissom and I have been working with our elementary principals and looking at the amazing amount of documentation that they've been gathering, basically student to student, teacher by teacher, student to student, on those essential standards that we identified at the district level and that they've been teaching each week, and then really gathering that evidence that, like Dr. Gearing talked about a minute ago, from our students to do checks for understanding and to ensure that our students are mastering. So really, our elementary schools do have reams of data like that, well, digital reams, I guess. And we are just trying to figure out, so first of all, as this is our foray into remote learning, I will admit to you that not every documentation system at each school looks exactly the same. And we have been really looking at some exemplars that actually have been shared with colleagues and with different principals. But so we're trying to figure out the best way to aggregate all that data and provide it to you in a digestible form that will make some sense. And but yeah, I mean, our teachers are really going above and beyond there as well, and they are keeping track, really, the very purest essence of mastery grading or standards-based grading, where they are tracking students on those weekly standards, weekly TEKs that we established as just being the bottom line, being essential to be successful at the next stage.
I think one thing that's been exposed for us, as Matt said, kind of ventured into and forayed into this remote learning is our need for a comprehensive way of managing learning in the district and managing the outcomes of learning in the district. And so what Dr. Benz and his team are doing is reinvigorating a conversation that they started back in 2016 about the potential of implementing a learning management system in the district. And that is going to come back to the forefront. This is not something that a district our size jumps into easily or lightly. It is something that requires a lot of legwork, a lot of research, a lot of investigation to make sure that we make the right choice when we make it. And not only that, but that when we implement it, that we do it the right way. And it's not just about a technology solution, it's really about a learning management solution. And that requires a lot of work from the administrators all the way down to the teachers and the students to make sure that when it gets implemented, it gets done the right way. And so you'll hear us starting to have those conversations and starting to look at that. So that's probably a year-long research process and a year-long implementation process. So we're not expecting this to happen overnight, but you certainly will start to hear those conversations. That will allow us to do a lot of data consolidation in the district, and also start to really streamline and align and be able to produce the kinds of reports that we're talking about, that capture some of this not only numerical data and quantitative data, but some of the qualitative data that Sarah and her team are really doing an outstanding job of muddling through right now. But we'll get better and better at that over the next several years as we go forward.
So all of us in cabinet have been working with our teams and on different scenarios of what school in Leander ISD will look like in the fall. And Devin Padaville, one of our new area superintendents, and Susan Cole have been engaged in a systems approach to pull us all together to approach this challenge. So from our strategic conversations, they've developed this continuum that you see in this graphic here, that it's a continuum of scenarios to guide our preparation. So I'd actually like to bring Devin into the conversation, if I could, to walk you through this graphic.
Good evening, Madam President and ladies and gentlemen of the board. As you can see on this continuum, so just for context, school districts across the country are trying to solve arguably the greatest challenge of our educational careers. And you, in your own experiences, have probably seen that what we think is normal changes week by week. And so school districts are in that same situation. So rather than prognosticate about the future, we're trying to think of the full spectrum of options in front of us. So starting from the left, you see this option that could be out there of remain closed with 100% remote learning. And all the way to your right, you see this arrow that says open to normal school operations. Now within that spectrum, we have open with social distancing and prepare for a possible school closure, which are kind of aligns with the TEA recommendation. And then we also have the open with social distancing and allow remote learning. So within those, I really want to zero in on 3 key terms. And those terms are social distancing. The second one is remote learning. And then the other one is blended learning. And at the very bottom, you can kind of see the definitions of what remote learning and blended learning is. So I know you can read, but I'm going to read for you as well. Remote learning occurs when the learner and instructor or source of information are separated by time and distance, and therefore cannot meet in a traditional classroom setting. And blended learning is when an instructional approach of both online and in-person learning activities. So because at this time, like Dr. Gearing was sharing, by mid-June, we want to be able to provide you recommendations that the board could just be fully knowledgeable about and then be prepared for how things evolve into July. But right now, we have teams in Leander ISD that are organizing around what does high quality remote learning look like? What has worked for us and what do we want to do better? And then what does social distancing in our schools, whether it's elementary, middle, or high school, look like? And then what does high quality blended learning look like as well? Now, Susan Cole is leading this effort by organizing different teams, and we are going to have a lot of stakeholder voice in there as well, with principal representation, district representation, and also gathering the feedback of our community. But as a whole, you can see that all of these options are on the table, and all of the input and studying the reality of the current day will help us realize which options are best for our students and their overall safety and educational learning.
I want to pause there for a second and just see if any board members have any thoughts or questions. We still got a little way to go.
Yeah, I've got a couple. I think there's a lot of meat on this bone. We could talk about this this topic for a while, but just a couple of things to kind of set the stage maybe for other conversations. To what degree, Bruce or Devin, have we talked about the element of choice for certain members of both our student and employee population as it relates to in-person versus remote participation in our system? And then I'll come to a second question in a minute.
Great. Devin, I'm going to let you have a stab at that, and then I'll follow up with anything else.
So that level of choice is an excellent question. We want families to feel comfortable coming to school. But if there are factors that make it uncomfortable for families to come to school, we want to know what will those options look like. And that will be what the teaching and learning team is helping design for our families that we can better present in mid-June.
Okay.
I think one of the follow-ups to that, sorry, Aaron, to interrupt, is the fact that on Tuesday's commissioner call with Commissioner Marath, he did say that he fully expects that some parents will make the choice to not send their kids back physically to school in the fall, and TEA intends to continue to fund the stream the way that they are right now. Well, not necessarily exactly the way they are right now, but he did make that commitment that that they would be funding remote learning in some form or fashion in the fall, and I think that helps. I think to your point, choice is going to be something bigger even than just whether I feel safe sending my kid back physically now or later. That I think what we see on the horizon, and I think you see it clearly too, is that there's a potential for an entire shift to happen here.
Yeah, I think that's right. I don't want to spend a lot of time now talking about that, but I do also think it's important for us to remember choice as it relates to employee participation as well. Some of our employees have been with us a long time and may fall into different risk categories and have different comfort levels with different styles of instruction or participation in our program. And so I want to make sure that we're not just considering choice for all of our participants, but that we're beginning to gather information about preferences from our participants so we know where we have not enough of a particular type of resource or where demand may be different than we are anticipating from our community. So I think those are important aspects of that choice concept as we get further down the line. I think my second question relates specifically to social distancing, the implementation of social distancing in our learning environments and what the effects or consequences will be. I mean, social distancing can be done lots of different ways, and the effect on essentially people per square foot of facility space is kind of, I guess, the key unit of measure if we look at what those different approaches yield for our system, right? So was wondering how you're looking at the question of appropriate social distancing. And then I guess part 2B of this question is, how are we thinking about prioritizing the availability of facilities for different parts of our educational community, for different groups of students? Because in-person learning, obviously, we prefer for everyone, but the value of being in person or the effect on families of students being at home is different for different students.
It's great question. So I can't see him, so I'm going to take a little leap of faith here. So I'd like to ask Jimmy to address the square foot question, because he actually had an idea about that, and I'd like for him to address that, what he's doing if he's available.
Sure, I am. It's a good question, because as you mentioned, it totally drives our capacity when you start looking at the square foot per person. And so what we're actually going to be doing is bringing in some resources to actually look at all of our buildings, each room, available learning spaces, et cetera, to get all the square foot in basically a spreadsheet. So as we look at our guidelines today at 6 square feet per person, how many students can we get in a space along with the teacher? And then have the flexibility, if it comes back, it's not 6 feet or square feet per person, we're allowed 15 people per classroom. Then it's very easy to plug in the 15 and drop it down and say, here's our new capacity. And so we're trying to build this database of all the square foot within our buildings, so we can very easily manipulate the data to get us to what our capacity will be. And then, like you said, then we have to work with teaching and learning. They'll figure out, what do you do with the different, here's our square foot, how are we going to use it? And so, but we've got to build that database, and that's what we're working on.
Yeah, and that work will start pretty quickly. To go to part B of your question, I think about, so what does that mean for who comes when, I think is the question. And then that for me flows into this continuum. So we're trying to build the right framework so that in the uncertainty of and the ambiguity of what that future looks like, we can, make choices based on, I almost see it like not a kaleidoscope, but a mosaic of choices, right? So what we do is we go and we build a lot of little tiles that are particular solutions to particular problems. And then as we start to gather more information, we're taking the appropriate pieces, the appropriate tiles, and we're putting them together into this mosaic, so that eventually we build this picture that's pretty and that works, but it's made up of a lot of little pieces. So in order to do that, though, we really have to have this framework, almost like the artist taking that initial idea and drawing out the mosaic and saying, okay, so here's what the big picture looks like. And now we'll start to build these little pieces, but we're not putting them in yet. We're just laying them out and getting them ready. And so that as things change, we can pick up the right pieces and start to put them together in that mosaic. So, we're having those conversations about what part of what I worry about, I think, is the fact that I think every kid needs human contact and that relationship piece. And so, when you think about the easy way to do this, it's okay, let's let all secondary kids stay remote because we can handle that better. And let's bring all the elementary kids, the younger they are, the more we need to have them in person to get the learning that they need. But a part of me thinks, even seniors, and I have one in my house, needs, some human contact at some point in time. And is it better rather to say, everybody gets to come 2 days a week for at least half a day or something like that, so that we get physical contact with all of our kids. But then how do we deal with the vulnerable populations? How do we deal with the choice you talked about? How do we deal with all of those unknowns and the ambiguity of the situation? So our job, I think, is to build the little pieces and be ready to start to put them in place. But I imagine that some of the planning that we do will get left on the table at the side. and some of it will get pulled in, and that's okay. I think as we go forward.
Yeah, I think those are all good considerations. Just a couple of closing thoughts. I think the whole social distancing concept, as I understand it, is really intended to protect us from spreading the virus in short-term kind of chance encounter situations. Being in the same space with people for an extended period of time is kind of a different concept in terms of the spread of contagious virus. To what extent are we thinking about that? Because, even if we've got everybody 6 feet apart, if 10 or 12 or 15 people are in the same space for 8 hours a day, the probability that people get sick as we move air through that room, if one person in that room is already sick, is pretty high. So I'm thinking we need to go maybe beyond the social distancing concept as we understand it today in terms of the 6 feet, because that really is just for occasional contact. It's not for extended contact.
I think you're right, and what we've talked about is, and the commission I think is talking about this too, that when you put 11 kids in a classroom, they essentially become like a family unit. So for instance, when we go to church this Sunday for the first time in a long time, we'll go as a unit of 6, but the 6 of us are living in the same house. So whether we're 6 feet apart makes no difference. We can all gather together in the pew, but there might be, everybody else needs to be 6 feet apart from us in order for us not to contaminate them if we're carrying, or for them vice versa. And so I think as we figure out testing, and as we figure out ways of how do we reopen, how do we re-enter kids and adults into the physical buildings, and we build those family units, I think over time, you're right, then that family unit becomes able to interact with each other in the classroom because they're essentially all together. And if none of them are sick, and I don't know, we have to talk a lot about the air. That's a totally different issue.
It is.
Cross-contamination of rooms. I don't know about that to even start to think about that yet. But I guess that's a concept of, if we can get units whole, then they can interact with each other. We just can't cross-contaminate the unit.
Right, exactly.
So my question is this, and is everything going to be optional for every kid? Meaning they can choose to come back in the building, or they can choose what days, if we open the schools, what days they come on. I'm having trouble understanding how we're possibly going to be able to count seats that we need, or blended learning that we need, or remote completely learning that we need. And then what does it look like if one person comes down with COVID? Do we close schools again? What is our tolerance level? Do we talk in those terms at all? What is the tolerance level? What is the things that we must know about? Is there a drop dead date that parents have to tell us, yes, their kids are coming back, or no, their kids are not coming back? It just seems like everything is just very spatial to me, and that there's no absolutes in any of these conversations.
Yes, that's a great point, and unfortunately it is. It's things are still continuing to shift fairly rapidly, and we just don't have a lot of answers and details yet. So that's why we have to build a structure that can work. I think that's also why we've said, so if we start school in August, and we're going to talk about that in a second, how do we backtrack from that and set some benchmark dates with some benchmark criteria that help us to make those decisions? Because we know we can't wait until the week before school starts to say, yes, we're going to open, or no, we're not. And so that's what that June 19th date is. That's the date that we've committed to say, we're going to lay out the options that we are planning for on June 19th, to say, here's what we think is going to happen in July and August, or not what we think is going to happen, but here are the 3 options that we've narrowed down to say these are the possibilities. And then hopefully by July 9th or 10th or somewhere in that range, we'll be able to say definitively, here's what we're deciding. to do, because now we have to plan for how we bring the adults back first and then how we bring the kids back into the buildings.
And then the follow-up question of that is, let's say we have to start some type of blended learning in August. Well, what is September, October? I mean, like all the other SARs, maybe it doesn't exist anymore. I mean, where's the plans for that? What does normal even look like now?
So I don't think, again, that we know what normal looks like yet. I do know that ending school this way is one thing. Starting a new school year this way is a totally different thing. And so we are spending a lot of time and effort and energy with our teams trying to get our heads around what does this look like? What are the potential opportunities for us to do things differently? And then how do we manage the resources to make sure that we can make it happen? And so as things shift, we're having to be adaptable and flexible with that because we just don't have definitive answers yet. But part of the next part of this presentation is going to talk a little bit about what the commissioner has talked about in terms of calendar, and what that might look like and how that might change. So continue to ask good questions as we go through this. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have definitive answers for you yet. And at some point in time, we'll make decisions. But even then, I think what we'll be doing is making decisions with how we start. But we're going to have to iterate even after we make those decisions, because as things shift and change, we don't necessarily know what's going to happen.
Bruce, do we have planning built in for teachers who will be teaching possibly online this summer? And have we surveyed teachers who may be at a higher risk to see if we could maybe move them into an online format and get them that training?
So that's a great point, and I think it segues directly from Erin's point. And so I don't think we've surveyed teachers yet. I don't think we're at that point yet. But absolutely, we've been talking about what does that look like and how do we manage it. And so there's a lot of logistical pieces that have got to come together to make this work. We want to make sure that we have a really good, solid framework to operate inside of. So that as we're making each of those individual decisions, they're all aligned and they bring us all to the same point as we start school in August.
I think transportation would be a challenge as well, social distancing on a school bus.
Right. And so that's part of, the thinking around, so how do you manage this? You do want every kid to get the opportunity if they want it, and it's safe to be in school at some point in time. But it may be that we can only do small segments of our total population on any given day because we can only put 20 kids on a bus instead of 60. And so those are all considerations that we're very aware of and taking into consideration as we try to do the planning.
Have we looked at online curriculum that's already been developed and available?
So I'm going to have to ask Dr. Benz to answer that question because I'm not 100% sure.
Yes, we have. And while we continue to look at different options, I appreciate what you mentioned about the teachers. And in our first survey, we did ask them about their kind of degree of comfort with adapting to the remote learning environment, but we've already been having conversations. And in particular, some teachers have reached out to us saying that they really actually like teaching online. So that was kind of one of the unexpected things that started to percolate, was not only looking at the people that might be vulnerable and may have trepidation about returning, but also as we look at our options for offering an online option as school starts, who might be the best people to really take the bull by the horns with that. But as far as looking at, there are a lot of different virtual networks out there, including, for instance, Texas Virtual Network, but there's a Virtual Schools Network. There's a lot of really good ones out there. And they cost money, of course. And in most cases, having a student attend full-time would take most or all of our ADA for that student. And that might be something we would still consider in the short term for a temporary solution. But we are talking about that versus what it's going to take to create from scratch, basically, a really high quality Leander online learning platform that is for the next phase, because I
the preliminary survey data, and we've talked about it, we feel very good about phase 1 and phase 2, but when we head into something next level, it's going to have to continue to evolve. It is going to have to include times and opportunities for teachers and students to interact directly in a classroom setting, in small reading groups, and and one-on-one conferencing and things like that. And that's a pretty it's a challenge. So I guess that was a very long answer, Grace. I apologize for that, but yes, we have looked at that, and that is one of the key considerations that you do need to look at when considering how to deliver an online option.
Well, and I think one step at a time. We don't have to create everything overnight, but I think the board would be supportive of getting teachers extra training over the summer, whatever they need, since they really had to move very quickly after spring break. Maybe looking at conferences and moving those back, giving teachers extra opportunities to work together over the summer, just whatever extra support we need to do, so they can start the school year feeling confident and strong and not harried and just being thrown into the situation they were thrown into after spring break.
I agree completely. And our instruction and professional learning team has really been working to tailor our professional learning experiences during the summer to try to provide our best thoughts on what teachers will need, and including, I mentioned the digital platforms earlier. We are planning trainings, mass, trainings and different opportunities to attend the virtual trainings, to be able to utilize those platforms that will really provide an ease of, how you upload your assignments, how you provide the delivery of instruction, and how students receive the information, not pummeling families with emails that we've done a little bit of, and and then an ease of which students and parents can upload and submit assignments back. So there's some of that as well. And you're right, Grace, because our teachers have done a wonderful job. Moving forward, we have time. We have this period of time during the summer to do the best we can to prepare them to meet the challenge of opening up in August and continuing.
Matt, have our counselors had the 18 hours of telemental health? And are we planning to do that?
I am going to have to reach out to Steve Clark and get back to you on that. I am not sure. You mean their training
Yeah,
hours?
they're waiving that for counselors right now, but I don't know how long that will last and be allowed. So that may be a consideration, just so our counselors are able to do their jobs ethically.
Yes, ma'am. And that, I think that is kind of a dilemma, because we do want, and I think our counselors want to keep up to date with best practices, and so that they can best do their job. But also they are working hard right now, whether it's creating videos for social emotional learning, like we heard about earlier, or really reaching out to families in particular, and also receiving. They are accessible to our families, and are putting out their virtual phone number and their email, and saying, contact me, and then also working with principals and campus leaders and teachers in particular to identify students that they would do the outreach with. So they are pretty busy, Grace, I can tell you that.
Thank you.
Sorry, if I may, I have one other observation I wanted to make that I forgot to mention earlier. Dr. Gearing, I do appreciate your observation that our older students also need face-to-face time with their peers. And so I value that. How we do that, I think, is maybe a question. One of the concerns I have is for, in particular, our parents of younger students. The demands on them as they're trying to balance work and home in an environment like Dallas ISD, I think, is considering where students are at school one day and at home the next day, and then back at school and then back at home. makes it, I think, really difficult for families of young students to find a rhythm and a routine. I would encourage us to try and balance all of these interests in a model that is fairly stable and predictable and not quite so disorienting, particularly for our young students and young families.
Absolutely, and I think it's critically important that we continue to poll our stakeholders with what is happening for them. So it's still difficult for us to know exactly what's happening in each of our kids' homes, and so we've got to make sure that we're listening very carefully as we go forward and make these plans. I agree.
I do have a question in regards to, we've talked some about training opportunities that are going on in the summer. If we could just let the board know if we're asking teachers to do more hours than what they have, or something's kind of changing in that area, we need to kind of be on board with that. Just let us know. And in regards to the remote learning, Matt, it seems like you mentioned something in regards to the interaction between students and teachers, and I think that's vital. Definitely would like to know more about, as we're moving forward, what does that look like? I mean, I guess this is a good planning tool, but I'd like to see, I'd like to go down another level and see what would this mean for school board as they're planning. Are we going to be looking at hiring more teachers, less in one area, more in another area? Are we looking at, doing more cleaning of facilities? I mean, these all have real budget implications depending upon how we look at the spectrum, and maybe being able to see that might be something to just kind of think about as you're writing these out. These are the things that I think some of the trustees are thinking about, is what do we need to plan and resources we need to provide to make this happen.
And so I think we will be able to adequately answer those questions for you in our budget workshop next Tuesday. And so we do have a way of thinking through that that we're going to explain and share with you on Tuesday. But I think that is a separate conversation.
That's challenging when we don't get the budget materials in advance, Bruce. It would be a lot easier if we were able to see that in advance.
So I'm going to address that since you brought it up. I will tell you that we're doing that on purpose. It's not because the budget materials are not ready. It's because they're pretty challenging materials, and we want to be sure that as we lay those out for you, that you have an understanding of what it is. So it gets very challenging when we give you a document that can allow you to make all kinds of assumptions about what the numbers say and what's in there. And we'd prefer to have the opportunity to explain those to you ahead of time. And then you'll have you're not making final decisions about the budget yet. You will have to make some decisions. I pointed those specific decisions out to you in an email today. But we think you will have enough time to be able to do that. And that will then bring us to the June board meeting, where we'll be making those final budget decisions.
Don't you think it's a richer conversation, however, if we've had a chance to look at documents that we are going into to discuss? Even if we're on the wrong assumption, at least there's an assumption and we've looked at numbers. Myself, I agree. I bet there's things in there I'm not going to understand without Elaine telling me, but I certainly would like to have the documents before the board meeting. It just helps organize the conversation and information that we're going to be talking about. That's my.
And if the board says to me that we need to produce those documents for you, we certainly will. I will tell you that our preference is to not produce those documents for you until Tuesday night's workshop. And we'd like to be able to present them to you and explain them to you, and then give you the opportunity to have a couple of days to process before some decisions are needed. And then you'll have a lot of time to process before we actually approve the budget in June. That's just my request.
I think if the goal is to give us 2 days to absorb material that you're presenting to us before we have discussion, I think that's reasonable. If it's just a couple of days between presentation and decision, that's another matter. That doesn't leave much time for discussion in between. And so I would make that distinction, right? If you're just asking us to learn in a first session, and then digest and come back for discussion, that makes sense to me. If you're asking us to absorb it and then come back and make decisions just a couple of days later, for what you're telling us are fairly complex materials, I have some concern about that.
Sure. One of the biggest decisions that you'll have to make is about raises specifically, and whether that is a regular raise or a one-time payment. We've already had that conversation. We've already laid out some of that information for you. So we'll be bringing some of that back to you. But we really want to paint the whole big picture. I think by the end of Tuesday, you'll have a very clear understanding of what it is that we're proposing, and what we'd like to do going forward. We are going to ask you to make some decisions on Thursday night. We're not producing materials right at decision time, but we would like that opportunity. Again, if the board would prefer to have those documents ahead of time, we'll share them with you ahead of time.
This board member would like the documents.
And Bruce, just a little history. We've gotten ourselves in a pickle in previous budget sessions where documents were quote unquote hot off the press. We actually assembled for the meeting, and as this item came up, they were still warm from the printer handing them out, and there's some concerns from the public standpoint, right? This is their money that we're talking about distributing. So anything that we can do to make sure that we have documentation, not only for us, but something that's up on board book to give our community, because I'm going to be quite honest with you, we have some really, really intelligent individuals in our community that will pore over this data, and they will let us know where they see areas of improvement or things to consider. I'm really interested in furthering that partnership with our community. So to Aaron's point, I'd like to see those, and to Pam's point, I for one would like to see the documents earlier than later.
All right, we'll produce the documents for you. Madam President, if I may go on?
Yes. Yes.
Looks like I'm gonna have to. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about what the commissioner put out about calendar for next year. I think I'm not going to share this whole presentation with you. I think you've seen some of this, but I would like to share a couple of the slides out of here because I want to make sure there's a clear understanding of what the commissioner is proposing, or not proposing. That makes it sound like he's going to force us to do it. That's not the case at all. He's just merely presenting opportunities for us to do things a little differently next year. And so I want to make sure that everybody understands what those opportunities are. And so I want to speak to this directly. He produced this PowerPoint, so I've taken his slides directly and not made any changes to them. And he's talking about an intersessional calendar. On the call on Tuesday afternoon, he actually had the assistant superintendent from Leander ISD present what they've actually implemented this year, which is this kind of an intersessional calendar. Of course, a traditional calendar, just to give you a little outline of the graphic, the blue columns are weeks of regular all student attending instruction. The gray columns then, of course, are the breaks. And then as we go through this, you'll see what happens to them. So essentially what this does is extends the year out. You can see that it extends 4 weeks into June and starts right at the beginning of August. It does give 2 weeks at Thanksgiving, 4 weeks at winter break, and then 3 weeks at spring break, in order to kind of spread out what potentially happens with instruction. So it's still a 180-day kind of calendar. It just arranges the year a little differently. And the reason is this. So for instance, in October, if we had an unexpected school closure, then we could take 2 weeks out of that winter break that are aside and have flexible weeks provided by the intersession. And that has then no impact on the actual start and end date of the school year. So that's one of those reasons for doing something like this. A second reason is if you are an additional day in the school year part of the grant. And in that case, in these green areas, what you can do is you can bring some of your students back for even part of the day or the whole day in order to get them the extra instruction that they need to prevent what is traditionally called a summer slide, but now people are calling a COVID slide. And so some of your kids will have all of these breaks totally off, and then some of the kids would be coming back in the green bars now in those weeks to get some additional instruction to try to make sure that we close the gaps. So we need to look at what that HB3 additional days school year looks like. You have to have a minimum of 180 instructional days if you do this. For instance, we have waivers in place for staff development that take us to less than 180 days of instruction for our kids. And if you do that, then you can have up to 30 additional days for intervention, and those are funded at half-day formula funding. And so that's an important piece to remember, and this is only for grades pre-K through 5. A couple of considerations. I'm not going to go through this. The important one is the bottom one there, that this only applies after September 1st of 2020 if we were to apply now. So this would be for next school year, and the following summer it would not apply to the summer of 2020. A couple of things that he put out as options. You can have this optional summer learning. And so you could put all 30 days in the summer and do it that way. You could have this intersessional calendar where you have targeted remediation in those green weeks for select students, and other students get bigger breaks more frequently. Or you can opt for this full year redesign where you're really rethinking the school day, you're rethinking the start and end dates, you're rethinking what those breaks look like. You're really going essentially to a year-round calendar. So a couple of things that we have to think about specifically when we talk about start date. There's only 3 mechanisms that you can change your start date if it's before the 4th Monday in August. One of those is if you're a district of innovation and you have exercised the exemption to adjust your start date. The other is if you're a year-round system designation and you'd have to be part of that already. And the other is if you're a charter school.
And Dr. Garing, for clarification, that's a TEA presentation. In our district, if we were going to exercise a DOI option, it would be completely start over. We would do the community input. It would be a complete process for the district.
Absolutely. So as you can see, we promised the community, we are a district of innovation, and we do just have one piece of that district of innovation in place right now, which is adjusting the start date. But we did promise the community at the time that we did that, that we would not adjust that start date without going through the entire DOI process all over again. That, of course, would take too long to do to get done for this school year. We're not a year-round district designated district, and we're not a charter school. So what that says to me is that we really don't have enough time to adjust the start date for August of 2021. So the only way that we could entertain an intersessional calendar of the type that the commissioner is talking about, it would be by extending the school year into June of 2021 by a significant amount of time. So I'd like to pause there for a second because I know I've thrown a lot at you in a very short amount of time, but I just wanted to see if there were any clarifying questions or discussion.
I am wondering, what problems do you think the calendar is supposed to be solving? Is the concern, you think, from the agency that if a student is found that has COVID, does the whole campus then need to shut down for 2 weeks? And is that the concern they're trying to solve for? And are there other things you've been thinking of then that solves for this besides just the calendar?
Yeah, I think that's one of the things they're trying to solve for, and you saw that earlier, that if you close in October for 2 weeks because you have COVID cases and you are forced to shut your buildings down, and again, I don't think we know what that looks like yet, but then you have this opportunity to, if you have 4 weeks off in December, to take 2 of those weeks back. It's kind of like an extended bad weather day. It's the same concept, it's just for extended amount of time. I think the other thing that they're solving for, and I didn't include this slide in the presentation, but is what they're calling COVID slides. So already done some analysis of some kind where they showed some graphs of the loss that students would have in reading, and then particularly in math, because of this extended amount of time in remote learning. And so I think that's the other thing that they're trying to solve for, is how do you bring those kids who have experienced that loss and have established a gap, how do you get those back in school for more time in order to catch them up again?
I do think there's some concerns with the solutions that are being proposed. I don't know if they really address the identified problems that you're talking about, and I don't know how they would fit for our community. So I will continue.
I appreciate that. I'll point out that the commissioner was very clear in pointing out that calendar decisions are, the final calendar decision is at the discretion of the local school board. And so he was just merely offering opportunities for us to discuss and make sure that I wanted to make sure you had seen them, so that we had this opportunity to have this conversation.
And just to be clear, an observation, it looks like TA is talking about instructional days, where we did do the changeover to talk about instructional minutes. So it feels like there's this weird kind of disconnect trying to go back to a system that we just changed out of.
Well, again, I did not include all the slides, so he does address the fact that regular districts are on 75,600 minutes, and the only way you get into the days conversation is if you accumulate those additional 30 days through ADSY, and if you do, then you have to go 180 days, but you also have to go 75,600 minutes. So that's what creates the flexibility inside how long your school day is and those kinds of issues. The important part to remember is that those additional 30 days are only funded at half. And so you don't get full funding for them.
Has our district talked about other ways we can help our learners who are experiencing a COVID gap or a COVID slide?
Absolutely. We've started that conversation as well. That's going to be another big part of the planning as we come back, is how do we immediately address finding out where our students are, I think is one of the most important things we'll do. We've talked about the tools and mechanisms that we have in place to do that. And then how we start to address the gaps that we discover once we've done that initial screening.
So can I just say, so to address like the rumor mill that these TEA slides will start online in other places in our community, I mean, we've approved a calendar and we're not talking about changing that, right, at this moment?
No, we're not talking about changing our official calendar for 2020, 2021. It has been approved by the board already. That is not what I'm asking for. I just want to make sure that everybody understands what's out there in order to really address, what might become rumor, because these slides are out, whether we put them out or not. And so I want to make sure that everybody understands where we are as a district.
Yeah, I just wanted to restate that same thing. Thank you.
All right, hearing nothing else, I'm going to continue. Elaine Cogburn is here. We just have a couple of things from COVID side about business and finance before we move on.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board. A few updates on the finance side of COVID. We did see some decrease in expenditures in April from the month of March, specifically about $277,000 in utilities and $385,000 in supplies. Just keep in mind, April expenditures are still paying for things that happened in March and prior. And so we're continuing to look at expenditures and monitor our monthly cost. Still projecting that savings in substitutes, utilities, and travel will extend into May. And so when we close the books on May, we'll perform that analysis. And as we talk about how we're going to end 1920 later this evening and in the budget workshop next week, we'll dive into that in a little more detail. On the funding arena, we still do not have a final allocation on any federal assistance through the CARES program or FEMA. Still a lot of information coming out on those, so we're not building any resources from those areas into our budget planning for next year. As Dr. Gearing mentioned, the idea of additional day school year and House Bill 3 does provide for half-day formula funding, up to an additional 30 days over the 180 days of instruction. And so very much like pre-K, a full day pre-K, only getting half-day funding for that. So not really building any of that into our models yet until we know what changes we might be looking at in the future, but just to put that out there. In the arena of purchasing, so the slide doesn't necessarily lay this out, but as soon as the closure occurred, of course, we started getting a lot of questions from campuses and departments about how they could go about purchasing items. And in April, we limited purchasing to anything that was necessary for online instruction and tried to eliminate purchases for just stuff because the warehouse was closed and we didn't have the capacity to accept orders. We are accepting deliveries on a limited basis at the warehouse. And because this is May and when campuses typically try to spend their remaining budgets and order things for the next school year, we've opened up those purchasing guidelines a bit. We still are running the warehouse on a limited basis. So really asking campuses and departments to think about what they're spending. New budgets will start July 1. And just trying to train everyone to retrain their brain as far as what's really necessary, because we don't know what the fall looks like, and maybe we don't need as much paper and whiteout and pens, but we need more online resources. And then I just point out, we talked about this last month, but a lot of the items that were requested in next year's budget, we've pushed forward because of the lead times on those items and because of the projected savings in the budget. And then later this evening, you will see information about low attendance and missed school waivers that we'll be filing. Due to the COVID, there is an attestation that is to be filed with TEA by June 18th. And so those are on the agenda for this month. And then just a couple of pieces of trivia regarding finances. The Governmental Accounting Standards Board met recently, and because of COVID, they have delayed the effective dates for some accounting pronouncements that were to take effect this year, and specifically for the school district, GASB 84 on activity funds and GASB 87 on leases. And so that gives us a little bit of room to comply with those new standards. And then I believe late last week, the SEC chairman issued a statement asking for municipal debt issuers, such as schools, cities, counties, to voluntarily disclose additional information about their debt, specifically information regarding the impact of COVID on operations and financial conditions, liquidity, such as cash on hand and the ability to access reserves, the availability of federal, state, and local aid, and then other reports that should be disclosed with significant information. So at this point, I don't see anything that we would need to voluntarily disclose regarding our finances, but just wanted to put that out there. We obviously comply with the disclosure requirements that are currently in place, and this statement was issued on a voluntary basis. And then we will have long discussion next week regarding the status of this budget, in preparation for next year's budget, and then what we're doing to address the issues with the different scenarios that the fall could look like.
All right, Carrie Lynn McSpadden is here with a quick HR update.
Yes, quickly, good evening. So a couple of top items in our area. There was lots of concern about new teachers who were graduating this year and their ability to be able to teach next year. We do hire a lot of first-year teachers. TEA did provide a waiver for new teachers who have not been able to take certification tests because the testing centers have been closed. And although those are opening up, we are still communicating with new teachers the waiver that they can apply for to give them the ability to be able to teach next year if they met certain requirements. In addition, of course, there's been ongoing management of all of the new laws, FFCRA and CARES, that impact employee leave and benefits. It's almost every day that we receive guidance and decisions that are being made from IRS and other government agencies regarding extension of deadlines on COBRA and HSA contributions that employees have made, all of course in favor of helping employees and helping people through this time, extending time they can use those funds. So we are ongoing with a self-funded plan managing those new requirements. And then as you will see in our presentation of personnel hires, we are continuing to virtually onboard and keep that process going. So very, very pleased at the progress we've made in that area.
Thank you, Carrie Lynn. Laura Lynn is here to talk a little bit about technology.
Yes, sir. So as you know, we were able to deploy over 5,000 Chromebooks to our elementary students as they are engaged in remote learning. And just as a reminder, we have over 19,000 laptops in use through our MLISD program. We're proud of that and hope that this is helping our students in their remote learning. We also recently donated 49 iPads to the Seton system. Mrs. Bodie was able to bring that information back from a CTSBA meeting, and we were glad to be able to take some devices that were ready to be retired and then donate them to the Seton system so that doctors and nurses would be able to utilize them with patients. As I mentioned before, we continue to explore options for additional Wi-Fi hotspots. We're looking into multiple options, including a device that could be provided to families that they could keep in their homes, and then also devices that could be mounted on our school buses and then parked in common areas. So what we're doing right now is through our principals, we're identifying students who may not have regular access to the internet, and we're mapping these out across the district and trying to identify the best locations to put these devices so that we can reach the most students. We'll continue this conversation, and I know that we'll be able to share hopefully some information in the near future. Also, TEA has asked that we engage in what they're calling COVID crisis coding, and that we submit this during our summer PEAM submission. Essentially, what this is it's a way for us to monitor individual students and the level of engagement that they have been able to participate in remote learning. Everything from the student has been actively engaged and communicating with their teachers, all the way down to we have not had contact with that student. So we'll be collecting this over the next couple of weeks, and I'm sure we could share that information once we clean it up before we submit it for the PEAM submission. And then finally, I know we've been talking a lot about what will the fall look like and how many students will be returning. And so as we did last summer when we rolled out our new student information system, we will begin online enrollment verification again this summer. This will be sent out in May and June, letting parents know about this. And then June 22nd, we will open this up for all families currently in Leander ISD. And what we'll ask them to do is log into eSchool Plus, verify their student's name, information, email, home address, and hopefully this will give us a pretty accurate count of how many students will be verified for enrollment in the fall, and this will hopefully help with our numbers. I know there was also a conversation earlier about what might parents want to do in the fall. And while that changes probably on a daily basis, we realize that. We understand that families have a lot going on. We anticipate sending out a survey to our community, asking them for their intentions for the fall. And this might range from their comfort levels with returning their students into our buildings, or as Devin presented earlier, some range on that continuum. So we're working right now with Sarah Martinez to draft that survey and hopefully be able to send that out in the near future. All right, another slide. Just wanted to kind of highlight the work of our client services team. As you know, they have been answering phone calls and service tickets with quite a bit of frequency since spring break. And so we're just pleased to say that we've answered over 4,100 support tickets and taken 3,700 help desk phone calls. And you can see the numbers on the bottom there in comparison to this time last year. So Matt Krause and his team of campus technology specialists have been phenomenal at assisting students and parents and staff remotely as we all adjust to this new working and learning environment. So we appreciate their hard work very much and wanted to give them some praise for their work.
Carrie, before we get to the next one, Carrie Lynn, can I go back to your presentation for a second?
Sure.
The numbers that have been given to us about the enrollment to date for next year, how does that compare in past years? Are we seeing about the same level at this time of the year, or is it below? Or
it's very close to what we have seen in previous years. It's slightly down for pre-K and kinder, but I mean, we're talking like 30 students. So it is very close to what we have seen in years past. A lot of the elementary we're waiting on is the completion of pre-K and kinder, which just comes later in the summer. So we are on track, maybe seeing a slightly lower, but not significantly.
Thank you. I think those are some really important numbers as we go on and talk about budget and how we're going to handle this. Thank you for that information.
I had a question for Laura Lynn. I appreciate the focus on access to internet for our student population. We've obviously asked our teachers to do something different, and internet access or high quality internet or access to high quality internet, high speed internet may be a challenge for some of our teachers. What do we know about our teaching staff and their access to good quality internet service?
I wish I could say I had the same level of knowledge that I do of our students, but I don't. We have not done a survey of staff, but I can tell you that principals are working with individual staff members. I know that we have one particular principal who lives in a very remote area, and so she is working with her cell service provider to get some access. And so right now what we're doing is addressing those on an as needed basis. I know we had another individual who needed access, and we've been able to assist. And should we be able to move forward with these, what we're calling family hotspots, I would assume that we would also deploy those to any staff that were in the same situation.
Okay. It occurred to me that in the context of budget and whatnot, we might think about the notion of an internet stipend for teachers who are teaching remotely. I don't know what the timing, I don't know what the qualification would be, but it might be something that we consider for those particular teachers.
Laura, I'd be interested to know what our final numbers are on real need for hotspots. I've seen statistics out there. I know in the Dallas community, they're like 46% or over 40% without having communities not having broadband access. Austin area is over 20%, but you're kind of like boots on the ground. You're actually making these contacts and doing the one-on-one. So it would be good to know kind of really what our hard numbers are on areas that are not able to connect and need assistance to get connected.
Yes, ma'am. I'd be happy to share that with Dr. Gearing, and he could share that with you all, the numbers that we've collected.
Yeah, I've actually seen those numbers, and if I'm correct, it's actually a really low number, around about 1%.
Yeah. Didn't we see some of those numbers in some email or some communication this week?
I may have shared that with you already. I'm not sure. I don't remember everything, but we are going to bring you a general construction report later in the meeting in the agenda, so we're not going to talk to you about that now. And I'm happy to answer any other general questions you might have. Otherwise, I'm going to hand it back to President Bodie.
I do have one other question, Dr. Gearing. Commissioner and TEA have provided information about an academic progress tool.
Aaron, your internet's cutting out a little bit.
apparently I need some high quality, high speed internet.
Actually, yours was fine. Maybe it's yours, Trish. His
Maybe.
was fine.
Okay, go ahead. The second part came in clear. It was just the first
Okay.
pitch in the giddy up. Very good.
Sorry, yeah, the commissioner has been providing some information recently about an academic progress tool, which is essentially an end of year assessment instrument, probably a lot like what the STAR exam might have looked like if we had taken STAR. Have you or the staff talked about utilization of that tool, or what's our read on that particular opportunity?
We have talked about it and we have chosen not to make use of it at all.
Can you provide a little more explanation?
We feel like our teachers and our students are under an incredible amount of stress at this time, and we do not feel like it would be good for kids or good for teachers to try to implement an end of year assessment like that.
All right, thank you.
All right. I believe the next part of our agenda we can get through rather quickly before we move into closed. We do have some guest speakers in closed, so we'll want to get to that before too long. The consent agenda follows the public hearing, which we aren't going to hold tonight. Item number 7 on our agenda is a public hearing, which will be held at our May 21st regular board meeting. It's an annual review of the end of course accelerated instruction and public hearing. So moving on to number 8, our consent agenda. We have our minutes, and I don't see any board members asking questions on that. Moving over, we've got the low attendance waiver, the missed school day waiver, and the instruction requirement for seniors waiver. So if we want to roll those presentations together. Are they all you, Matt?
No, they're not. I'm prepared to speak about the PPR waiver and can do that briefly, but I don't think that's first. So
I believe Laurelyn, Jason Johnson is here for this.
Okay.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. I apologize. Jason Johnston is here to answer those questions. I apologize.
That's right. Thank you. I'm here seeking your consideration of the approval for the submission of low attendance waiver and the missed school day waiver. We had 2 days that meet the qualifications for the low attendance. That was November 12th due to weather, and March 13th, which was due to the COVID crisis health concerns. And on the missed school day waiver, this waiver will cover any of the days that we are not taking attendance from the time that we closed and are instructing or closed and preparing to the end of the school year.
Board members, any question on those? Otherwise, they're going to be in our on the consent agenda for our next meeting. Thank you very much, Jason.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, we're moving on to the CPR instruction.
Yes, ma'am. So Texas Education Code requires all seniors to take a CPR course during the course of their study in high school. And all of our students generally take that course during 9th grade, during the professional communications class. And then throughout the course of the next couple of years, students do move into our district. And those students, so the majority of our students have the CPR course. There's a handful of them that do not. And we would generally, our process is to take care of that in the spring. And we have not been able to do so since the closure. And so the commissioner has provided for a waiver for this, specifically called the CPR instructional waiver for COVID-19 closure. So we are bringing that application to you, and we will be submitting it upon your approval to do so.
Board members, any questions? All right. Thank you very much, Matt. Thank you very much, Matt. This item will also be on our consent agenda for our next meeting. All right. If there are no, I understand there's no other guest speakers that need to come before we go into closed. So I'm going to go ahead and move us into closed. It is 8:30 p.m. And the board will now go into closed session for the purpose permitted by the Texas Government Code, including 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and or attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding resignation, terminations, employments, reassignment duties, and Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.072, deliberation regarding the purpose, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment of Chief Technology Officer. Texas Government Code 551.076, deliberation regarding internal security audit and discussion with internal auditor. There will be no action taken in closed session. Any action pertaining to closed session agenda items will be taken when the board returns to open session. Board will take a 5-minute break before we get started with open session. So we can go to the room, take a 5-minute break, and then come back.
Mrs. Bodie, may I confirm attendees in closed session?
Yes.
Would you like
10:19 p.m. and we are coming back into open session. Board members, do we have any actions pursuant to closed session items? That'd be any motions?
Yes, that would be me. Sorry about that. First motion, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for administrator probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of the Leander Independent School District for the 2020-21 school year.
Second.
I have a motion from Gloria, second from Jim. All those in favor, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Passes 7-0. Unanimous. Motion carries. Next.
Next motion, I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for a teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale policies and contract of the Leander Independent School District for the 2020-21 school year.
Motion from Gloria, second from Alexis. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, you can put your hands down. Motion carries 7-0 unanimously again. All right, we will now move on to an action-packed agenda. Our action items for this evening. Items are for discussion only on this agenda review meeting. Discussion and possible actions will be occurring at our next meeting on May 21. We will start with the student experience. Consider approval of the triple bell schedule for 2020-2021.
Good evening, Madam President, trustees, Dr. Gearing. I hope everyone can see my screen. In April, I provided an update on the feedback received from the community through a thought exchange and presented a new proposed bell schedule for 2021 school year. Going to just do a real quick recap and give everybody an opportunity to look through the slides again. But of course, the purpose of this presentation the last time was, as I said, to provide the feedback and to review the new proposed bell schedule. Well, the committee has been meeting since 2018, and over the last 18 months, we have presented to the Board of Trustees information and progress of the committee. We have gone through multiple opportunities for feedback from our community, from our principals, through the DWIC Council, and we've also partaked in a thought exchange. This is one of the most well participated thought exchanges in the district over the last year. We had almost 4,800 participants, and it was broken down from teachers, staff, parents, and community members. We had a wide range of people participate in the thought exchange. Based on that, the thought exchange, there were 3 major themes that appeared out of the information and feedback provided. Late in time, traffic, and extended day were the 3 most popular themes. And at this time, I'm going to kind of talk a little bit more detail about each of the 3 main themes and what the community that feedback. The late in time, it was generally our community was against the 4:20 end time for our high schools. And this was mostly for the feedback was students being able to get to extracurricular activities, practice, and of course, the possible later evenings for homework, family time, and to be able to get to jobs. For traffic, the community wanted a solution that decreased the amount of congestion and time it takes to get to school, safety, better bus schedules, traffic in the areas where campuses are located close to each other, especially Vandergrift and 4 Points. And then the last was extended day. And general, most of the comments were against adding time to the school day, and similar to the late in time cuts into family time, homework, and extracurricular time. Just a little bit more detail on how they came out through the actual rating scale. And then based on the feedback from the thought exchange, the committee, and the principals, we proposed a new bell schedule for the 2021 school year. We took in that information that was provided to us and tried to our very best to come up with a bell schedule that fulfilled the committee's charge of looking at the needs of our students and how we provide additional time at elementary for some transition time. We know, as one parent said earlier today, that our students do need that extended opportunity to not go from subject to subject to subject, and there needs to be some transition time. And so this does provide that transition time between classes so students can have a break, can even get an opportunity to go use the restroom. We are pretty tight on our academic learning time in elementary, and that 10 minutes does provide some additional time. And then at the high school, there are some concerns with our CTE minutes and our IB minutes and the importance of the flex advisory time at our high schools. And based on that, we did add additional minutes to all 3 levels, but high school had the highest additional minutes to help relieve some of the need when it comes to the minutes for those courses, but more importantly, to give us some flexibility to provide the much needed time in flex and advisory time. And with that, is there any discussion?
I'm guessing there might be. How does this impact? We had some in citizen comments talk about the scheduling of buses and total times. Can you give us an idea when we're looking at, I get the overall is thought is what elementary is a 5-minute bump back, but how does that work when you start looking at how the bus schedules are? And then the buses that are being shared, like middle school and elementary, what happens now in this time frame? How does this work for kiddos overall?
So I've had multiple conversations with our transportation department and our director of transportation. And currently our elementaries start at 7:45. And so this would be a 5-minute earlier start time. Our elementaries open up earlier than a course 7:45 to start receiving students. And with the limited time that we currently have between all 3 levels, our buses, of course, pick up elementary students early so they can get the students to elementary and then move on to their next route. Still early in the planning of routes for next year, and we know we have some additional work to do on that. But according to the work that we have done, this would not add any additional time for the pickup of our elementary students. It may stay the exact same time, but it would not be an earlier time to pick up the students. Currently we have middle school and high school students that ride the bus together. And I think most of you know, all of you know that right now our middle schools and high schools end time is very close together. By that, we do not have the opportunity to have separate middle school and high school routes for all of our students across the district. This 35 minutes in the end time, again, all subject to running the routes, but in our preliminary information, this would allow us to have the separation, have a true triple bell where students would not be sharing the bus. It also allows for the congestion to be relieved. I've done a lot of work as the former area superintendent, that's hard to say, former area superintendent, that worked closely with the Vandergrift feeder pattern. And I know this has been a major concern, not only at Vandergrift. I saw this as a principal at Rouse also with the close proximity between Wiley and Rouse High School. Just even 10, 15 minutes could provide additional relief. And so this provides the triple bell. So we take away the middle school and high school students, but also relieves traffic in some of our highest need areas across the district. And we know safety and traffic are a major concern for us and our parents and our students.
And for the minutes that you're putting in the classes, like in elementary, I think our total minute in elementary was a 10-minute ad. It doesn't sound like it's being specified what those 10 minutes are going to do, but the principals have told you what they intend to do with them. Can you elaborate on that a bit?
Yes, ma'am. We give guidance to our principals every year. And of course, if Jennifer Collins, she could speak to this in much more detail than I, but we provide guidance on the necessary minutes needed to thoroughly cover the learning that needs to happen within our courses at the elementary level. And this time would not be needed to go to the academic time. And we would ensure that when we are providing guidance to our principals, that they provide this time to transitions. It may be transition to second step learning. It may be transition to PE, to recess, to lunch, to provide an extra break during the day for students to take restroom breaks. It would not be added time to the academic learning for reading, writing, science, or humanities and social studies.
So
John, I'm sorry, go ahead.
for our elementary school, I mean, we've had the conversation, right, about multiple recesses or brain breaks or whatever it is. So is that something that's going to happen in a later conversation, or it's something that's left to the campus principal? Or, I mean, I'm over quantity, for quality. So I don't know if that's where we plug this conversation in, or if that's something that comes later.
If I can piggyback on that, John, before you answer, sorry, I'd rather not have that conversation later. Alexis, I agree with you. I think that, yes, knowing that it's not additional instruction time and it's more time for breaks and stuff, but I'd rather have the conversation that we know that if we do this, that time is going to be built in for more designated play breaks. And I think that conversation has to happen before we get to this than after.
Yes, ma'am. And for both of you, of course, I am not an elementary expert by any means, former high school teacher and principal. And so I think that is an important conversation. And working with Matt Bentz's team, would be glad to have that conversation. I don't know that I'm the expert to lead that conversation, but if that's a conversation the trustees would like to have, I would need an opportunity to touch base more with Matt and his team so I can thoroughly be able to discuss that.
And John, I'll just jump in real quick and just say that for the most part, our teachers have asked for a little bit more time for that wiggle room that John really talked about. So not only so that there is additional time for play and transitions and things like that, but so also you got a little bit more flexibility when you're involved, kids are involved in projects and things like that. That your schedule is just not wired so tight that there's no opportunities to be flexible based on what kids are into and what you're doing as a class.
Right. So, I mean, is that something like we need to talk about a whole schedule revamp at the elementary level, or?
Can I ask for
I
clarification?
don't want to overstep, so that's why I'm phrasing this with questions. So.
Yeah, can I ask for clarification from both of you? So is the concern that the extra time will be used for, tight instructional activities with the teachers as opposed to the wiggle room that we're talking about, the transition time, maybe extra recess time? Is that what I'm hearing the concern to be?
My concern is more the lack of commitment to what that time's going to be for. Like, is it wiggle room, transition time, or are we going to say we're going to make sure that our elementaries, when we're looking at our elementary school structure, that we're using 2 play periods instead of 1. I just want it to be more deliberate, I guess, than just saying we'll have a little more wiggle room. I appreciate that, and I know what Dr. Benz is saying, like, I don't want to lock anyone down into another, rigid schedule and adding more limitations on it. But I also feel like without just saying wiggle room isn't giving me enough. It's just, that's not enough.
So my understanding is, and Dr. Bench, you correct me if I'm wrong with this, but so right now there is some required minutes for different subjects. So there's required amount of time that they have to spend on reading. There's some required amount of time they have to spend on math. And when you add all those things together, it fills up the entire day when you add recess and lunch and specials and all the things that go in an elementary schedule. There's not a lot of time in between when I get through with my 90 minutes of reading and I have to transition immediately to 90 minutes of math. There's no time to say to the kids, okay, we're going to take 3 or 4 minutes, go talk to your buddy about whatever you want to talk about, or go get your wiggles out. We're going to do this activity that's on the projector, and you've all seen some of what those things are. Or we're going to strike a yoga pose for a minute, or we're going to take a mindfulness break, or we're going to do something like that. I would hate to take the autonomy away from our principals. I think that decision is one that rests with our principals, because each of our 27, about to be 28 elementary schools are very different from each other. And so their needs are completely different. So for instance, what Tracy Montano does at Larkspur might be completely different from what Shelley does at River Ridge. And I hope I got those right. River Place, River something.
River Ridge.
Thank you. I shouldn't have doubted myself. And so I think it's critically important that we make the decision here that we're extending the day for them by 10 minutes, but that we not then dictate what it is that they have to do with that 10 minutes. So I strongly like to urge that we don't do that. What I can assure you of is that we can make sure that it's communicated very clearly to them that the board is concerned about extra instructional minutes in that time, and that we really want to make sure that kids have that opportunity to have some downtime and do some of those activities that we've talked about. But I would hate to try to determine at the board level what that looks like exactly for every elementary school.
Yeah, so I'm not trying to dictate their day. I'm just hoping we seize an opportunity here, right? That we allow that playtime that's so important for little minds to rest and recover before they move to another hard subject. So that's my only hope and desire.
I can assure you, and of course we're public and being recorded, that I know where my heart is, and I'm pretty sure that I know where Matt Bence's heart is, and where Jennifer Collins's heart is, and where John Graham's heart is, and where Sarah Grissom's heart is, and I know these principals, and I can assure you that they can do what's right for kids.
Yes, and we've had this conversation with our elementary principals, and they are all in agreement that this is the best opportunity for them to provide that time. They're not looking for any additional time to go to any other minutes, but to provide for our students these transition times. They see the need in their students, they see the need with their teachers, and every discussion I've had with our principals has been in that regard.
I also appreciate y'all talking about guidance. I think guidance is important because it's like that historical document, so that as we move forward and 2-3 years down, what was that 10 minutes for? There's still that guidance, still that document that says that's what that time's supposed to be used for. So, board members, anything else?
One other question, given that this coming fall, there's so many questions of what fall is going to look like, and none of us really know what fall is going to look like. Have y'all given any consideration of maybe holding off on this for another year, and that because fall may look completely different, that maybe now is not the time to add another change on top of what might be potentially a very odd fall? And I know the other side is like, this might be the best time to do it because it's already going to be, or it could potentially already be a very odd fall. So I was just wondering, can you tell me a little bit about if y'all had a discussion about how the schedule plays into a potential COVID schedule?
So of course we are early in our work to determining what our needs will be for next year. But I can tell you, I received messages today from principals. I had conversations yesterday with some of my staff members, and remember, I work with student support services, our health team, our safety team, our behavior support specialist, ADPS, and we know our students are going to have additional needs from not being in school for the last few months. And all the feedback that I have received from the people that I have received it from is, please keep moving forward with this process, because this may be the best opportunity to provide some of those added needs that we may need to, those added minutes that we may need to meet the needs of our students.
And thank you, John. And John and I did have a conversation about this precise thing because there are so many unknowns, but we also know that at some point in time, we're going to be back physically together. And we don't know whether that's in August or whether that's in October or whether that's in January. But at some point in time next year, we're going to be back with most of our kids. And we have to prepare for that eventuality. This is something that's been a long time in the planning. And we feel like it is essential to do this now so that we can be ready for when we're back to whatever the new normal looks like.
John, I do have to say, oh, go ahead, Aaron.
That's all right. I can wait.
No, please. I'll wrap up later.
I had one question that's a follow-up on what one of our citizens referenced in citizen comments, and I think we've seen this in some other communications. I guess twofold. One is for our youngest students, this can be a pretty early start to the day depending on bus pickup and whatnot. And yeah, it's only 5 minutes earlier, but I wonder if there's a way to try and do this that doesn't require them to be there any earlier. I know John said that there doesn't have to be a change to pickup times to get them there in time for a 5 minute earlier start, but you'll forgive me, John, if I think that's just a little, if I'm a little incredulous, right? I mean, I know our bus system runs efficiently, but if there's 5 minutes to squeeze out of every bus route, I'd be a little surprised. And it just means that students run behind and we don't want them to get there late and those sorts of things. I'd hate to try and squeeze that too tight. But if we were to start at 7:45 still in elementary, it seems like with just a little minor adjustment, we can keep everything pretty close to where it is. The other question I have is for our youngest learners. It can be a long day. Granted, what a fifth grader can do and what a pre-K or kindergartner can do is different. But I wonder if there's a way to balance that just a little bit.
If I may, John, before you respond, Aaron, I think we also need to consider the fact that a committee of people, including community input, has been working on this since October of 2018, and I feel like they have considered every option. They've talked backwards and forwards about it. They've had a lot of community input. They've had a lot of. I find it difficult to bring it to this level to then start asking those kinds of questions. And I apologize because I feel like I'm being otherwise tonight, but I feel like we're asking the wrong questions, perhaps.
I appreciate the work that's gone into this. I'm not trying to lay on the tracks and stop the train. I'm asking if a 5-minute tweak here or there can help to resolve some of the concerns that I'm hearing expressed by our community as we get to the moment of decision. I think it's a lot of good work, and I'm not trying to take away from that. I think the question is simply, can we help to resolve some of the final concerns with, again, some pretty minor adjustments? 5 minutes here or there is not a showstopper. I think, worst case, if you kept everything the same and just pushed start times back 5 minutes, we're talking, sorry, it's a 5-minute shift. It's not major.
And that is a conversation that I did have with our elementary principals and our elementary members of the team. Took that back and had a deep discussion and received feedback from the other elementary principals within the district. And we talked about 5 minutes to the start of the day, of continuing with the 15 minutes that was in the first proposed schedule. And 7:35 was not something that the principals felt comfortable with. And the 5 minutes did matter to them at the beginning of the day. They did agree that the 7:45 was an appropriate start time for our students, understanding the amount of time that they may be on a bus, but also understanding what time their students normally arrive to school at this time. And that 5 minutes did make a difference to that 7:35, but they believe the 7:40 would meet their needs. And then they looked at the 5 minutes added to the additional to the end of the day, and that 5 minutes also mattered. And so what we came to was the reduction of 15 to 10 with these times. And it was not 100%. But I did ask for their comfort level in this time, and it was 70% agreed that this was the appropriate time for elementary students start and release. 30% did not disagree with this time. They wanted the 7:35 because they wanted the 15 additional minutes. And so with the overwhelming support for 7:40 to 2:55, that was the time that we recommended for elementary.
And with all due respect, I was a member of the committee. The committee was made predominantly of principals and administrators and one teacher and 3 board members. Aaron, I do understand what you're saying. I've heard from parents who are concerned about the early start because 7:40 isn't really 7:40. The first bell starts ringing, 15 minutes before. So, and Bruce, you have to understand, I respect the process, I respect the committee, but right now we're getting parent input as well, and we have to take that as a board into consideration. We're not just a rubber stamp. So I think it is appropriate that we talk about tweaks. I'm not talking about scheduling the school day around what is done in the school day. It's just, I think a 5-minute is appropriate for the board to discuss.
And John, if I understand right, the elementary time, y'all originally considering 15 minutes and then came down to a 10-minute, to reiterate what you said?
Yes, ma'am. Taking off the 5 minutes at the end of the day.
And then high school, the extra time is 15 minutes, if correct, and that is not getting all, but helping with our CTE and IB times.
Yes, ma'am. Chris Simpson was on the committee, and I've had multiple conversations with Chris and Charlie, our IB campuses, and of course CTE is the major driver part of this, but it would take most likely around 30 additional minutes to fully meet the IB requirements. And talking to our principals, talking to other people, the 15 minutes is appropriate, and they fully support it, and understanding that there may be risk with IB, but it's a very minimum risk with IB.
Board members, anything else? I do think we're going to have a bit of a challenge. I don't know. I want to make sure we communicate anyway, because I think as a parent of a middle schooler, it is to me a dramatic difference of an 8:55 start time moving to an 8:10 start time. So I know y'all will message, and if we end up going that direction, making sure the community looks at that as well.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. There are no further questions. If y'all have any questions between now and our next meeting, y'all can reach out to John, get more details from him. Okay, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda. John, since we have you up there, can we go ahead because consideration approval of 2020-2021 hazardous routes? And go ahead and give us your update.
Yes, ma'am. As you're aware, one of the changes we made to the hazardous routes process was to create a consistent standard across the district to determine the way we measure the distance between residences and a campus. This past week, new information was provided to the district, and with this new information, we reviewed 2 routes that were scheduled to lose bus service. In our review, we determined the residences were over the 2-mile threshold. Therefore, they should not have been recommended to lose their bus service. With this new information, I believe it is important we review all routes recommended to lose bus service, and we take time to evaluate the distance between each residence and the campus. With this new information, I request the Board of Trustees table this agenda item until the June board meeting to allow us more information, more time to review each route.
Sounds great.
Board members, any questions? All right. John, that may be the quickest anybody's ever moved through a hazardous route agenda item.
Can I ask a process question, please?
Yes.
We have the ability, because of agenda review, to remove this item from the agenda for next week instead of tabling it at the next agenda with a formal item. And so if it is at the will of the board, then we will remove this item from next week's agenda.
I think that's fine. I'm looking for nodding heads, though. Does that work for everybody?
I wanted to throw something out there real quick. John, I very much appreciate the ownership of that. If we don't have it right, let's get it right before we impact students. So I very much appreciate that approach, and I'm in complete agreement. If we're not comfortable with the way this thing looks, let's go back and look at it again, right? Because at the end of the day, we're impacting children. So hats off to you. Thank you for for being proactive and for stepping up and saying, hey, we got to fix this. I very much support that.
And John may have said this, I just want to reiterate too, that we'll be communicating with folks that as we review these routes, we may continue bus service for kids who do not have it right now, but we will not withdraw bus service from any students in this review process, this part of the process.
Okay. Well, then if nobody objects, let's go ahead and take it off of our agenda. All right. For the next one. We'll move on to our operations. I know we have a number of budget items, and I'm not sure if you want me to bring them up one at a time, Elaine, because some of these we're going to actually talk about in our budget meeting. So how about this? We're moving on to consider of approval of amended budget assumptions. Is that for this meeting? Are we going to discuss it in this meeting or in our budget meeting?
I want to start with the first item, the budget amendment.
Yep, consider approval of budget amendment. Yep.
That will be approved on the 21st. This is the second amendment that's been brought forward to the board for the year. Amendments have traditionally been done on a quarterly basis. This amendment adds a small amount to revenues for athletic tournament revenues that have been received, and increases the budget for the MLISD fund. That will be budgeted as part of the original budget moving forward. And then it increases budget for the major maintenance plan that was approved earlier in the year. This amendment takes the overall deficit for the current fiscal year to $14.5 million. But we, again, are still expecting to have a surplus of around 18 million rather than the deficit that the budget reflects. And so this will not be a discussion item on Tuesday. So I'll be happy to answer any questions about the amendment at this time. Okay. The next item is the assumptions, and if the board would recall, in January, the board approved assumptions and parameters to be used in building the 2020-2021 budget. And at that time, we said as we got new information, we would bring that forward and modify the assumptions. And so this is an item that we will look at in detail at the budget workshop. But we are looking at amending the assumptions for property tax collections, which were not part of the original assumptions, and the actual property values based on the certified estimates received in April. And so that attachment will be provided in the documents that accompany all the other budget items tomorrow.
So this will be for discussion tomorrow then?
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Thank you. Yes.
Be loaded tomorrow. Or here in a few
we keep talking, it might get us to Tuesday. We'll see. All right. Moving on. Board members, any questions? Okay.
Okay, the next item is consider approval to call a public meeting for the purpose of adopting the 2021 budget. So the board president must officially call a meeting to discuss and adopt the budget. And the district is also required to publish notice of the public meeting to discuss budget and proposed tax rate. The actual meeting for the public hearing and the adoption of the budget will be on June 18th. And the administration will publish the notice on June 5th and June 7th in the two local papers that serve the community. So this is another area that we will look at in depth next week on Tuesday. But this action would have the board president call the meeting for June 18th. And then we're asking the board to consider approval to publish the highest tax rate possible so that we do not have to publish again. And so next week, we'll talk about the process for the tax adoption or the tax rate adoption. The actual tax rate won't be adopted until August or September. The budget will be adopted in June with the new fiscal year change. And so it's a little bit different process than Leander is accustomed to, but we'll discuss the new process under House Bill 3 in detail next week.
All right, Elaine, you're on a roll. Keep moving.
All right, we have two items that are closely related. If the board will recall, we have asked for approval to early release specific positions this year in February and in March. We have another round of those. There is one that is out of the general fund, and that is 15 additional special ed teachers, because those are hard to fill positions, and 4 pre-K aides. These are both out of the general fund. I will note on the pre-K aides that we are working on an MOU with Head Start, which will reimburse us for either a portion or the full cost of those 4 aides. And so that is not as impactful on the budget as the 15 special ed teachers. And so asking for approval of those next week in order to get those positions posted and start the hiring process. And then closely related to that, the second agenda item in this area, the district has received approval for an autism grant that state and federal programs wrote and applied for. And they are receiving just over $1 million to target autism services. Part of that grant funds positions. And so we're asking to early release those positions again so that we can get those posted, as they are hard to fill. And that one will be fully funded by the grant, so no impact on the general fund.
And Elaine, part of these are in response to the board asking about the hard to fill positions to add them into our early release. So I think this is following up on those previous conversations we had.
That is absolutely correct. Thank you.
And is this for discussion tonight or at our next budget meeting?
It's not necessarily, those positions out of the general fund will be part of the overall budget discussion.
Okay.
But I'm happy to discuss that tonight, and we would ask for approval on the 21st.
Does anybody have any questions? Okay. Go on, Elaine. Thank you.
All right. And then we skip, okay, we've got compensation plan. I'll let Carrie Lynn take that one, and then I've got one more.
So this is just a placeholder so that we can have this discussion next Tuesday, and we will upload those documents tomorrow for that presentation.
Just to clarify, this will require approval next Thursday on the 21st, and so we'll have more detailed discussion on Tuesday, but it will require approval, and that will then encompass the decision of pay raise versus one-time payment, which is the big decision that has to come out of this particular document.
Just a clarification, I thought I recalled that this decision was that we had until our June meeting to finalize this. Did I misremember that?
Yeah, this is one of those decisions that we need lead time and to get it into the system. And so we're coming up on kind of our drop dead date for those decisions. So we are asking for action on this one by next Thursday.
Okay.
So the compensation's in our next meeting, and then what is it then we need to look at it in June? Is the budget is what we adopt, and then in June, correct? Okay, just want to make sure I understand which.
I'm just curious, wouldn't we be discussing it tonight to vote on it at the next meeting?
So we did decide that we were going to try to pull the budget items out of here so that we could do those at a separate meeting when we'd be fresh. And
Oh,
so
we're talking
the-
about this at the budget meeting. Got it. Okay.
Yep. Because there's a lot of budget numbers. All right. Elaine, are you the
Alright,
next one?
yes, well, we skipped the hazardous route, so I'm the one after that.
Okay.
This is a reimbursement resolution, so if you'll recall, last month we had a lot of discussion regarding the additional sale of bonds under the 2017 authorization, and the board approved the parameters for refunding and the issuance of new money. The timeline for that pricing and receipt of funds is being developed, but right now it appears that the funds would not actually hit our bank account until August. And so as a fail-safe, we're asking the board to approve a reimbursement resolution that would support cash flow needs on existing bond construction projects. And so this would allow us to use general fund dollars if we need to pay bills when we run out of existing cash on hand from prior bond sales. And then when we get the proceeds, we would reimburse the general fund. And the board has done this the last 2 years. So the wording on the agenda language might look a little different than what you saw last year. So it might look like something new. But this is a fail-safe so that we can continue to pay bills before we get the receipt in August.
And Elaine, this one we're not going to discuss in our budget meeting directly,
No.
correct?
No.
So if y'all have questions, ask them now, or if we don't ask tonight, please follow up with Elaine, right, before we have our next meeting.
Trish, can I ask one more clarifying question about the prior item? The compensation plan. Carrie Lynn, when will we see those materials? The board book simply says they'll be loaded before the budget workshop, but kind of to our earlier conversation tonight about some of those materials, I think the more time we have to review them, given decision is expected next Thursday, the better.
Yes, we will get those up by noon tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, board, we'll move on to the next agenda item, number 9, the consider approval of guaranteed maximum price, number 2, for the security upgrade at Canyon Ridge Middle School, 4 Point Middle School, and Henry Middle School.
Yes, thank you. This is, as you mentioned, for our GMP number 2, an amount of $2.2 million. And this is the second GMP, and it's anticipated to be the final one for the projects. And we'll be looking for action at the next meeting.
All right, does this get all of our security vestibules complete now?
Once the next agenda item and this one, this will be the middle schools and the high school portion is also being done this summer.
Okay, all right, tremendous, thank you. Any other questions, board members? Okay.
Our next item is consider the GMP number 2, the guaranteed maximum price for the JOC contracts for Run and Brushy, Stiles Middle School, and Wiley Middle School. Again, this is the second GMP, and we anticipate it to be our final one for the project. Any questions? Okay. The last one is consider GMP number 2 for Elementary 28 or Tarvin Elementary. This is an amount of $20,499,886. And this is the second GMP, and it is expected to be the final one for this project.
Okay.
Again, this is funded out of 2017 bond, as all of them. So, any questions?
All right, good job, Jimmy.
Thanks.
Don't go too far. We'll be calling up for general construction update.
Yep.
All right, moving on to report and discussion items. All those items we just covered earlier were things that we will be voting on in our Thursday meeting. We are now taking up the student experience community conversation report. So it's just a report and discussion. Bruce or Dr. Gehring, are you leading us off in this?
I am not, but Dr. Otterberry is.
Ah,
Actually, it's
great.
Dr. Ben.
Hey. Oh,
It's Dr. Ben tonight, and he's going to get us started this evening.
okay.
All right, so Dr. Arterberry is going to throw up the presentation, I think. So, perfect. All right, so we'll make this one quick if we can, but during closed, I was sitting here going over this presentation and reminiscing. It's hard to believe it really seems so long ago that remember that board meeting last fall when we were all together over at support services, and our new superintendent stood up from his spot next to you, Madam President, and walked around behind the trustees and sat down at the presenters table. I think at that moment, we all kind of suspected that something big was coming, right? So Bruce talked to you all about his core values, about the concepts of student experiences and heroic educators. And then over the next couple of meetings, what I would call a grand conversation took place amongst you all. And it was definitely an intellectual debate that was thought-provoking, and if I can say so, at times a little bit intense, and which resulted in the Board of Trustees challenging leadership to re-examine the board goals at their very essence and just rethink what success looks like. Beyond standardized test scores, they challenged us, y'all challenged us to find out from our community what their hopes and dreams were for their children. And so right around that time, I think, the board attended a session at TASB on something called the community-based accountability system, which was another way to, outside of STAR, outside of EOCs, to measure our success based on the types of student experiences that we in our community decided were the most important. So as a district, you could tell your own story, right? Beyond state accountability. So at that point, I feel like we had our mission. And then the next step was to talk to the community, find out what they valued, what their hopes and dreams were for our students. And so it started in committees like DWIC and the Citizens Curriculum Advisory Committee, and then instructional leadership meetings with our principals and other campus leaders. And then we had special education parent symposiums, which you just heard a little bit about the COPIA report that came out of that, equity forums, and then the community conversations with each of our 6 feeder patterns. So about a week ago, so last Tuesday, May 5th, our principals had the opportunity to finally dig into the data gathered from their feeder pattern community conversations. So tonight we'll talk to you a little bit about what they found and what our next steps are on the road to creating a system that's accountable to our community's values and that enables us to tell our story in ways that the traditional accountability systems can't. So these guiding questions you have up on the screen right now, I think describe community accountability in a nutshell. What student experiences does our student, does our community find the most valuable? The hopes and dreams, right? And then how will we determine the extent to which we've been successful in hitting the mark? Slide 4 is just a timeline depicting the events I was just talking about over the past year and including some of our next steps, which we'll talk about more in depth in a few minutes.
All right, so as you know, we held 6 feeder pattern community conversations throughout February and March at each of our high school campuses. We began each session with the prompt, what are your hopes and dreams for your students in Leander ISD? And we had some really great table conversations around this topic. And then at the next step, what we asked people to do was participate in a thought exchange prompt, which you'll see on the screen, and tell us, based on what their hopes and dreams are, what are the most important things that our schools should do for each and every student in Leander ISD. And we know that not everyone was able to attend in person, so we sent this prompt out multiple times over the course of 2 weeks. And as you'll see on the next slide, we were extremely, had some great feedback from our community. So we had over 4,000 individuals participate in this thought exchange in our 6 feeder pattern community conversations, and they shared with us almost 2,300 unique thoughts. As you know, in thought exchange, when someone submits a thought, others can go in and then provide a rating for this particular thought. And you can see that we had over 64,000 ratings of these 2,300 thoughts. We were excited to see such great participation across our entire district, and we want to say thank you to our parents, our students, our staff, and our community members who participated in the thought exchange. On this slide, we took the 2,300 thoughts and we've sorted them here by the number of thoughts submitted across the 6 feeder pattern exchanges. And the top 5 themes are posted here on the slide, starting with social emotional learning, new and improved programs, grades or class rank, individualized learning, and safety. And in a minute, Dr. Benz will explain a little bit further how these thoughts are coded and themed once they're submitted through Thought Exchange. However, we wanted to give you an opportunity to see the overall district view based on the number of thoughts submitted by our community. On the previous slide, we showed you the ranking of the most thoughts submitted, but here, this slide shows you the average rating of these thoughts. Participants can rank a thought on a scale of 1 to 5, and you'll see here that most of the highest ranking thoughts received anywhere from a 3.8 to a 3.7. And we wanted to show you this slide because we feel it's important to look at this data in multiple ways. The highest rated theme here, post-graduation or post-grad planning, had a score of 3.8, while social emotional learning had a score of 3.7. However, if you refer to the previous slide, the number of thoughts that were actually related to post-grad planning was less than 100 thoughts, while social emotional learning had over 300 thoughts submitted. Again, just another way to look at the data. We wanted to make sure we looked at both the number of thoughts as well as the average rating of each theme.
So Laura Lynn, just a quick question. How do you interpret that data? How do you, the number of submissions obviously is useful, but that just kind of gets that idea into the system, right? The maybe more powerful measure is the rating, because that's what folks are prioritizing based on all the things that have been submitted. Is that an accurate assessment?
Yes, sir. I wish I was a thought exchange expert on how the rankings are put in there. I know there's an algorithm which mixes them up and lets everybody see all of the thoughts. I do think when you look at it, so for instance, on this particular slide, you could have one theme that only had one thought associated with it. So if that particular thought was given a rating of 5 stars, I'm with you. I struggled to how do you take one rating that had 5 stars versus something that had 300 thoughts submitted and had an average of 3.8. So it's an excellent question, Mr. Johnson, and I think that's why we wanted to show it to you in multiple ways.
Looks like Corey wants to answer too.
Perfect.
Well, and just to clarify, if there in that scenario that you described of maybe there was one rating in one of these themes, which I don't think is in this case true, but in that there's a threshold. It has to be reviewed or rated the same amount of times. So the algorithm tries to equally rate every thought in the thought exchange so that one thought isn't rated 100 times and another thought's only rated once. And that's how it shuffles the different thoughts in front of people to make sure that there's an even balance. And if something didn't get a lot of ratings, then it wouldn't have appeared in the report. It wouldn't have been qualified for in there. So yeah, with that regard, maybe the ranking is a better way to review and to do.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand how we develop a takeaway from the data, right? How we interpret the data. Because it seems to me that the ratings, well, the submissions are great, but if only one person submits a particular idea or theme, but then the rest of the community says, yeah, that's really the most important thing, the rating can elevate that significantly. Whereas something that lots of people submit during the rating process, they could say, yeah, I agree that's important, but it's not as important as these other things, right? So the real power, I think, is in the final ratings, if I'm understanding the process.
I would say you've struck upon the essence of kind of the balance. I do think it is a balance, because if you look at the ratings there, all of the people were pretty generous with each other on the ratings, and they're generally, in a pretty small interval there. And so it is, that's why you got to dig into some of the individual thoughts, which we'll talk about in a minute, because, you wondered if 300 people are thinking about something and it's rated 3.7, and, you know, whatever, 100 people or 50 people or 10 people are thinking about something and it's a 3.8, you know, is that point, that 10th really, you know, does that mean that the other one's more important versus the 300 responses? It's just, it's interesting. And you definitely, I feel like you do have to look at it both ways, especially when the ratings are so close. But I would agree with you, Aaron, if something is rated just, you know, you can definitely see a, you know, a big difference above, you know, just a margin of error, but a big difference where a rating is definitely, something is rated much higher and there's a decent amount of thoughts that were generated by it. Yeah, that's definitely the important one. But you got, there's all these different ways to dig into it. So I'll stop talking now.
And I can tell you in just a moment, Dr. Benz is going to go into it a little bit further because, Aaron, you're exactly right. If we just took this data that was submitted to Thought Exchange and then tried to do something with it, it can be interpreted so many ways. The Thought Exchange themes it according to their themes, and then there's the human element that themes it. And then from even within that, there might be something that's listed in a particular theme. But when you go on to the next slide here, where you actually start looking at the thoughts and you get to see what the people wrote down, maybe what the thought got themed as wasn't exactly what the person intended it to be. So there's really multiple levels of digging into the data. And so we wanted to show you this slide just to let you see these were some sample thoughts that came out of a particular feeder pattern. And obviously everything can get a 1 to a 5-star ranking on here. And off to the right, you'll see what Thought Exchange refers to as a word cloud or a wordle, which is another way just to look at the data, knowing that the more times the word is mentioned, that the larger it would be. So I say all of this because Dr. Benz is going to actually show you the data from our 6 feeder patterns, and we'll dig into that a little bit further.
So Aaron, this first one is, it does show the total number of thoughts for each theme by feeder pattern. So take it with a grain of salt. And each high school feeder pattern is represented by a different color there. And so if we just kind of cut to the chase, there are some conclusions that you can consider drawing from this depiction of the data. So you can see that there are some commonalities that emerge, right? So in particular, you look at the social emotional learning off to the far left there, and it ranks up there with most of our feeder patterns, examining the community's thoughts. And as far as the number of thoughts, it looks like it's on people's minds across the district. So this does appear to align quite nicely with our board goal 3 when we looked at inspiring the whole child. So, you know, based on community input, we might consider, for example, that we would decide, you know, hey, maybe we need to prioritize and focus on this as a district. The second thing you'd undoubtedly notice about this graph.
I'm sorry, quick question as you're looking at these graphs. So going back to the discussion, and I agree, I like looking at all the different pieces because the data points, you kind of have to blend them together to get an idea. So I'm thinking about when I was at some of those meetings, individuals might log in on Thought Exchange at the end of the meeting, put in what their thoughts were, but then not go rank others, or they'd try, but maybe they'd only do a few. But there really was a lot of good content where they were submitting their thoughts. But I don't think they categorize their thoughts of, I think this is a social emotional learning. And y'all showed earlier that there might be some more things as you dig down. Are you going to show us later kind of what you see when you saw that
so
social emotional learning? Okay.
You are very intuitive because that's the very next slide. So I'll just make one more quick comment about this slide and then we'll move right to it. I was just going to say that the second kind of thing you'll notice about this graph, that there's a whole lot of bars that are a whole lot of different heights, right? And so that can be, you can kind of look at this one and be like, okay, so what does this tell us as a district as far as what to focus on? Well, in reality, what we see is that this is an indication of needs and priorities identified by a specific community that might be unique to that feeder pattern, right? So just as we look to individualize instruction in a classroom based on student need, we can see that in our feeder patterns, there are focus areas unique to their needs and that should capture our attention and maybe would necessitate the development of differentiated strategies and measures specific to that group. So to be clear though, that would not mean that a board goal would change. It would mean perhaps that in some cases we might adopt common strategies and measures district-wide. And in other cases, we might want to talk more about campus leaders needing or being freed up to meet the needs of their systems and measuring them in new and innovative ways. So here's where I think we're getting to Trisha's question here. So what I can say is this: Thought Exchange is a great tool to capture data. It utilizes algorithms, it finds those patterns and clusters, but what needs to come next is that human element. So the principals on May 5th, as I mentioned, in each feeder pattern got together and dug into the data from Thought Exchange to try to identify the top 3 areas of focus for their feed patterns. So they did look at the patterns and themes that emerged in Thought Exchange, but they also dug down into those individual thoughts that were provided by community members and really examined the nuances of the language used and really kind of seeking and discussing how to interpret these sometimes subtle meanings that Thought Exchange's AI might not have picked up. And they engaged in those discussions and looked for ways to marry the data and community thoughts to their own observations and lived experiences as campus leaders. So like the Rouse High School feeder pattern is a perfect example. Back a couple slides ago, you would have noticed by far their top vote getter was the theme new and improved programs. Well, as the principals dug into the thoughts and they picked that theme apart, they teased out 3 focus areas kind of within new and improved programs. They noticed that there were a lot of thoughts, and some of them were actually maybe even miscategorized, but looking within the new and improved programs, especially diverse learning experiences are what people wanted, rich academic experiences, and really that personalized learning. So that it's just really interesting, but you really do need to get a human eye and get our humans involved in the interpretation. Another thing that just kind of jumps out at you once again is the prevalence of the community focus on social emotional learning, or as I just mentioned, possibly that board goal 3, focusing on the whole child.
So as we mentioned a little bit earlier, we've had the opportunity to create a community-based accountability system district steering committee, which is comprised of district and campus leaders, teachers, parents, and we even had a student join us today. We were supposed to have 2, but we ended up having 1 with us. We had our first meeting this morning, and it was so refreshing to hear conversations that centered around how we can design a system that captures the heart of our schools, our community, and our families. We're going to meet 3 more times during the month of May, and we will begin to dig into this data that we've presented to you even further and begin to create some guiding questions that will align with our current district goals. We want to learn more about the power of community-based accountability systems and how we can define success in Leander ISD based on what our community values. We know that any community-based accountability system will complement the current state accountability system, but we also know that a community-based accountability system will allow us to honor this feedback that we just shared with you from our community and also hold ourselves accountable to community standards as well as state standards. Krista Carlene and I will also return in June to share the executive summary from our 2 community conversations on equity and access. We've continued to partner with Drs. Dawson, Edwards, and Carpenter to review this feedback and gather their recommendations on next steps for our district to continue the conversations and shared learning on equity and access in Leander ISD. And we truly want to thank the Board of Trustees and Dr. Gearing for the courage that you've exhibited in allowing these conversations to occur. And knowing what our community values and designing a system that captures the heart of our community has provided a renewed joy and a sense of meaning for our district. We look forward to sharing more with you in the upcoming weeks and months.
All right, board members, any questions? I don't think this is the best place for the discussion, but at some point we'll need to figure out the coordination with the board, because that overlay isn't done yet, and how that works with planning. And we had talked about that before, Dr. Gehring, but that would be maybe a good picture to provide to the board to help connect the dots.
Yes, ma'am. I'm actually working on that right now, and I'm going to hesitate to promise a date for it, but it is in progress right now, and we should have that soon.
Any other questions? All right, we'll move on to the next agenda item. The Operations, Business, and Finance Department 2019 to 2020 budget projections for April 2020.
Yes, so board members, this is the second month to give you our new projection tool that we use to project out what revenues and expenditures are going to be for the rest of the fiscal year. This again is something that we will look at in detail on Tuesday, but it's on this agenda as well, and I can kind of walk you through that document. On the attachment, you will see the original budget, current revised budget, and then the projections. And the projections are based on actual costs through April of this fiscal year, and then our estimation of what we'll hit for May and June. We are still trending to be below budget for revenues. That's due to several things: the tax collections, interest income, and then the property value audit that was budgeted that does not look like it will be paid during this fiscal year. So revenues are projected at $355.5 million. And then in expenditures, we are seeing and projecting quite a bit of budget savings. And the largest part of that is in the payroll area. And as we discussed last month, that is due to the August payroll accrual and the 12-month salaries that will not hit this year because of the short 10-month cycle. And you can see the detail on all of the other expenditures. So before transfers out, we're projecting a surplus of just over 24 million. And then when you factor in the transfers out, that brings it to 18 million. And so we're projecting to end the year with a fund balance of just under $169 million. But again, next Tuesday, I will walk you through that specific report again. But that will be provided for the rest of this fiscal year. And then next year, we will start working on the projections in January and then provide them every month from point forward.
Elaine, on the, as I recall, those first two columns, original budget and current revised budget, are both based on the, what should I call it, a pro forma 12-month fiscal year, even though we knew we were going to have a shorter fiscal year this year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you recall what the budget was based on the 10-month? I'm trying to do a compare of projections on actual versus the 10-month, right? I think the 12-month makes sense where we're comparing year to year, but where we're comparing within the fiscal year, I'm trying to map back to what we were expecting for the 10-month year.
I may be getting my numbers wrong. I want to say that early projections were that there was going to be 18 million in savings from the 10-month year, but I don't think I've ever seen a budget that was prepared for a 10-month year.
Okay.
I recall a conversation with Lucas at some point in time, but I didn't have 18 in my mind. I had 15 in my mind, but I do, 15. The order is in there somewhere.
15.
Yeah, 15 is what I was thinking as well, but I guess I'm just trying to bridge that, right? This doesn't really tell me that story. And so just trying to understand what the real impact of COVID is and the revenue issues versus what we were really expecting for this 10-month year.
Yes, and as I said earlier, right now, we're only seeing a little bit of savings from COVID. And once May is finished, hopefully be able to identify some more. But at the same time, we've allowed campuses to start ordering, and we've ordered some big capital outlay items for this fiscal year. So it's gonna be convoluted. It'll be mixed up. So I'll have to break it out for you when we get May's.
Okay, I may go back and look for that earlier version from Lucas just to connect the dots. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Okay.
And if you would like me to continue, the monthly financial report, we were able to get 2 months prepared. And so typically you would have just had March, but we were able to get April done as well. So we went ahead and attached both months in there. That is just the financials from the system showing what has been recorded and by function rather than just object. And then you have the monthly investment report, nothing to report there. On the tax collection report, again, we're going to have this conversation next week, but there was some conversation last month about tax collections being lower than anticipated. And we have done some research on that. And if I can get to my document, the collection percentage is being skewed because there were some unusual refunds issued starting in December, and in April, another 1.6 million of refunds were issued. And these refunds are due to lawsuits that have been settled with property owners over value disputes. And so as in comparison, last April, refunds totaled 101,000. This April, they totaled 1.6. And so as we have dug with the appraisal district to see what is going on, they have reported to us that there's been an unprecedented number of lawsuits that have been settled, resulting in refunds. 76% of those lawsuits were between 1 and 3.5 years old. The majority of them are with our top 2 largest taxpayers. Only 0.5% are residential properties. And so we are working with the appraisal district to get better information so that these refunds will be on our radar and won't be a surprise. But that is where the tax collections are trailing from prior years as far as history. So current collections, not down as much, but the refunds are being netted against what we're receiving. I see Pam.
Yeah. Elaine, if a refund is 3 years old, do we have to go back and audit 3 years ago statement, since that's where the money was, where we collected in the first place before the lawsuit? Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, you would not make a prior period adjustment for that. It offsets your current collections, and it's reported in this year. So I've seen, I've been in districts where there is a lawsuit report provided to the district so that you can see what is pending litigation. And I've not seen such a report here. And now that it's becoming an issue, we're going to start asking for more information regarding pending lawsuits.
Excellent.
And I think that is all of my reports. Again, preview of what is to come on Tuesday.
Thank you very much. Okay. Wrapping us up tonight is our general construction update.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We're working this out here. The first one that I'll update you on is Danielson Middle School. As you can see, it's going very well. We're polishing concrete and finishing up a lot of things, and we're still hopeful we're going to get staff moved in next month still. And so, barring any COVID disasters in the near future, but everything's going very well at Danielson. So we're very pleased with the progress going on at that school. Cedar Park High School, we're wrapping up. We're on the field house edition. We're completing punch list and hopefully going to turn over the field house to athletics next month in June. And so you can see the pictures. The gyms are being floor redone and moving the goals over so the bleachers have a safe distance from the playing court. So that'll be a very nice completion. Next, Cedar Park Middle School, they have begun their second phase also already in May, and so they're moving right along, and we'll have pictures. But our goal is, get HVAC systems and start installing all that next month. We're going through and demoing everything, and we'll be going through. Of course, this is phase 2. We have 3 phases that are done with the middle school, so this will be our second phase. And tentatively, right now, we are scheduled for next summer, but we'll see how that all plays out with all that's going to happen with COVID. High school security upgrades, that's for the Glen, Rouse, Leander, Leo, in New Hope. We have begun demo and on all those projects as well, thanks to us getting started early. And so we are moving forward with those projects. Next, Manor Middle School, you can see we're in our final phase there of 3, and it's a 6th grade wing and library. You can see the demo has made a lot of progress in that campus, and everything's been demoed, I believe, as of Wednesday. So we'll start installing back to it now and completing that project. Our middle school upgrades, this is the second GMPs that y'all have just approved, will approve next week. We talked about recently, you can see, again, all the summer projects have started now, and a lot of demo has been done on all these campuses. So the front entries are being done as we speak. Steiner Ranch Elementary, this is HVAC update, which is the HVAC systems, light, paint, carpet, and security upgrades. The security upgrades pretty much were done. The front vestibule was done, but now we're doing some of the zoning doors at that campus also. But you can see a lot of demos being done, and they've started also. Vandergrift Ag Center, should be finishing concrete work and steel will be delivered probably next month also. So we're making good progress there. Vandergrift, the classroom edition, they making a lot of progress. I will say the COVID has the biggest impact right now on City of Austin projects. There's definitely an impact with COVID, the guidelines they have, but also getting inspections from the city is a lot slower now that COVID is, for some reason. It's instead of next day as they're supposed to be, it could be a week and a half to 2 weeks to get an inspection from them. So we're definitely feeling the impact with that, and we're analyzing that to make sure where we're sitting. So, and I will say the contractors were very pleased that they did get started in May for all these summer projects, because they anticipate some slowdowns in their construction process this summer. And so thankfully we did get started early, and that'll help try to ensure that we are complete before August, first day of school. So that's construction.
Jimmy, thank you very much. Board members, we have moved through the agenda. So without any further ado, we've already done our vote from closed session. There's no objection. We'll go ahead and adjourn, and we'll see each other on Tuesday for a budget discussion. All right. Board meeting's adjourned. Thank y'all.